Guess who's here? Guess who's here? Guess who's here? It's me. It's Fujikura Uruka. It's me. Oh, Lord. It's me. I'm here. I'm sorry I'm late. I swear I have an explanation. I swear I have an explanation to my 20-minute lateness. The goat. No, I'm a bear. I'm a bear, you stupid. I'm a bear. I was not asleep. I've been awake. I even went grocery shopping. I was just vomiting. In the least concerning way possible. I was just vomiting. in the least concerning way possible. I was feeling a little sick, but it's normal. It's normal. I swear. It's not morning sickness. I am not pregnant. Vomiting is pretty concerning. Well, I mean, in my circumstance of not being pregnant, when is vomiting normal? Okay, it's not normal, but the explanation that I have is it's not that concerning. It's not that concerning. I just want to preface it's not that concerning. Long story short, I'm kind of just a binge eater. Wait, not in a concerning way, not in like an eating disorder way. I can't find a way to make this sound not concerning. How do I make this sound not concerning? Okay, let me so okay, this happens kind of somewhat often. Every month, you could say. You could say every month. Basically, when I'm on the blood moon, I crave too much food and I eat too much. But then when I'm done, when it's over, my body's like, I don't want this anymore. So it usually happens. It usually happens. I eat too much junk during that time, and then once it's over, my body's just like, I don't want it anymore, and it comes out one end or the other. And this time it was vomit, which is great, and I had to take my acid reflux pills because otherwise it hurts my throat, or it kind of, because the acid from your stomach is not very good for your throat. So it's actually preferable to not be from vomit, but I can't choose. I can't choose. If bear is black, fight back. If bear is brown, lie down. If bear is blue, entertainment for you. So true. So true. If bear is blue, stay there. She's not gonna harm you. Give your brother my congratulations. Can't believe he has 4 kids in the oven. That is not... He does not have children, nor does he have any children on the way. Nor does he have prospects of children on the way. Uruka overeats like a puppy. It's not like a puppy. Okay, look, if you know girls, I mean, every girl is different, but that 1 week of every month is it's a literal bloodbath. It's a battle, man. It's a war. It's a literal war. I crave things that I've never craved ever. It's so weird. I eat so unhealthy. I eat so much. And that's probably why I gained weight. I checked my weight on the scale 2 days ago, and I kid you not, that is the heaviest I have been since middle school. or like freshman year or just somewhere around there. Like I haven't been that heavy in so long, and it's only 6 pounds heavier than like what I usually am. I give myself around like 4 pounds of leeway. Well, 2 pounds under and over my regular weight, but like it was like 6 pounds over the regular weight, so I was like, that's not good. That's not good. I'm not developing anorexia. It's not an eating disorder. I just like to maintain my regular healthy body weight. And it's just more than usual. And I've been eating a lot of junk because of you know that time of month. So yeah, what'd you binge on, dude? What did I not binge on? Usually I eat pretty healthy. I usually eat pretty healthy. I eat like whole foods. Not like the store Whole Foods, but like literal Whole Foods. But that kind of all goes out the window. 1 week every month. I was eating like I got pizza. I think I got pizza twice actually. I got pizza twice. Chicken wings. I ate so many fruit gummies. Butter cookies. Potato chips. Chocolate. Ice cream. You're not supposed to eat ice cream at that time, but I did eat ice cream because I was like, fuck, I want ice cream. What else? Like fatty meats, which is like okay, but probably more fat than usual. None of this sounds like whole food. That's what I mean, man. That's like, I'm telling you that the healthy foods go out the window when I'm craving stuff. When I'm craving stuff, because it's the time of the month. It's really bad. It hasn't been that bad, but I think I overindulged in the grocery shopping, and I was like, hell yeah, I got all this in my fridge. I can eat all I want. But yeah, usually I eat pretty healthy. So I'm going back to the healthy diet now. I'm gonna exercise after stream, so I can shave off a couple of those pounds. Didn't know I was watching Kirby. What the heck? What the heck? The week is over. Yeah, the week is over. And to be honest, when I don't crave those foods, they actually make me feel really sick. Like even just thinking about them makes me feel really sick. So I'm fine now. Like usually my body really does not like those kinds of foods. So I'm going back now. But yeah, that's probably also why my body tries to purge it as soon as possible. Once the cravings are gone, it's like, okay, nope, no more. It just tries to purge it as soon as possible. Why should you not eat ice cream? Because it's not healthy. It's fatty and too much sugar and fat. Yeah. Okay. Ice cream is so yummy though. It is in small amounts. I ate 2 pints of ice cream in the past week, which is more than I like ever eat. So yeah. Once the cravings are gone, I guess it's winter then. No. It's also like the heavier the heavier the I know you guys don't want to hear about this, but like the heavier the instance is, the more unhealthy foods I crave. Like there's a direct correlation. There's a direct correlation between the amount of junk I eat and like the intensity of the blood moon. So if it's like really light, I'm not gonna crave any of that stuff. If it's really heavy, I'm like inhaling, just like, yeah, like Kirby. I don't know if this is a normal thing, but that's what happens with me. But yeah, usually I eat pretty healthy, like healthy meats and vegetables and carbs, healthy amount of carbs. I also ate way too much bread as well. I completely forgot about that. I ate way too much bread. That is also a thing. And not the good, and not the whole wheat kind of bread. Yeah. I also ate like 2 slices of cake as well. So. Okay. If you don't educate us, we'll never learn these things. So true. I'll be the one to educate you. I'll be the one to educate you. The bread's fault. Well, I mean, it's not just the bread. It's everything combined. The 2 pizzas, the 2 pints of ice cream, the breads. I'm not talking about like slices of bread. I'm talking about like the Chinese bakery breads. It's like 85 degrees bread. Not just like a slice of bread. I ate like 4 85 degrees breads and then like a slice of cake. And then like potato chips and a bunch of other stuff. So that's probably why I gained weight, but it's fine. We're gonna eat healthy now. All in 1 week. And the fruit gummies, yeah. And the cookies. That's a whole grocery store. Look, don't mess with a girl who's going through it. But yeah, so you can see why it ended recently, and just so happens that my body decided, oh, right before stream is when you're gonna get that all out of your system. So, yeah, it's expected at this point, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm just worried about my throat from the stomach acids. Meanwhile, the architect is pleased. The architect's not gonna be pleased anymore. I gotta exercise. I'm gonna eat healthy. Back to my whole wheat toasts. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh god. Maybe it's not done yet. Maybe more will come out. I've come to join the Uru gang cult. Welcome, Sue the Apostate. Welcome. You've come at a very interesting time. You've come at a very interesting time. I'm gonna drink water to soothe my throat from the stomach acids. But yeah. What amazes me is that the flow changes. You'd expect it to be the same. Oh, it's not the same. It's not the same. Even the timeline is not the same. It's yeah. The timeline's always different. The intensity is always different. Everything is always different. It's awesome. It's great. It's amazing. It's so great. Nothing is predictable ever. It's Crass, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the members. It's definitely not a cult. Why did you come in right after I burped really loudly? Okay. Okay. Calcium's better for acid reflux than water. Milk. That is actually that is incorrect because my doctor told me not to avoid dairy. Maybe calcium pills. But yeah, my doctor said no dairy. Dairy's bad for acid reflux. Dairy and citrus and alcohol and caffeine and spicy. I think that's it. Okay, I'm gonna show you. Cause I'm gonna show you how it's done. I'm gonna show you my violins. Are you guys excited to see my violins? Also, I forgot to say thank you for the raid, Dizzy. You're probably not here, but thanks for the Dizzy raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, love bugs. You know what? I haven't introduced myself yet, but if you don't know who I am, I feel like you probably already know way too much about me by now in this past 20 minutes. My name is Fujikura Uruka, FU from Face Connect Generation 1, the blue music bear. And I play violin, and I'm gonna show you how it's done. I'm gonna show you my my instruments, and I'm gonna teach you about them. I've showed you before, like a year-ish ago. But I don't think I went into detail about them, and I know a lot of people. Every time I mention something about the instruments, people are like, "What? Or what are you talking about?" What do you mean the F holes? Yes, they're actually called F holes. But I'll show you. I will point out all the parts. I will show you. Yeah. And it'll be cool. Actually, I might need a quick refresher, so I'm gonna pull up a diagram. Some of the parts are like, you don't ever need to reference them, so... Don't violate the F-holes. Yeah, you're not supposed to violate the F-holes. You do not violate the F-holes. That's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen. If you violate the F-holes, that might be very bad for the violin. The sound of the violin, you should not do that. Bear love, thank you, Johan. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And to the raiders, you know what? I had a message for you and I completely forgot I was about to say just now. Whatever. Fine. To the raiders, welcome. I don't remember what else I was gonna say, but welcome. Don't worry, Blue Bear. At the peak of my gluttony, I ate 53 mussels, 3 plates of calamari, 2 prawns, 3 whole fish, and stir-fried spinach with rice for free. Like, all in one sitting? That's like a week of food. That's like a week of food. How do you... That's crazy. Also, that's a lot of... You're gonna get high cholesterol. You're gonna get high cholesterol. That's a lot. On that primal hunger shit. It was a pretty decent raid chain. Oh, it was a chain. Okay, I don't know who else was there. Arena to Sleepy to Dizzy to me. Oh. Hello, Arena, Sleepy, Dizzy Raiders. Welcome. Welcome. If you're still here, that means you haven't gotten sick of me talking about my bodily functions yet. Listen to Mephisto. Yeah, I posted Mephisto as a separate video for those of you who want to listen to that on its own. Listen and watch because I do a little dance. I'm not a dancer, but I tried my best. I tried my best. She needs a diagram for the F-holes. Well, not the F-holes. I know where the F-holes are. It's like the other parts that are like less referenced to. that I'm a little iffy about, but most of them are pretty straightforward. So let's go over to my camera screen. And I wanted... Is Die With A Smile gonna get posted too? Ideally, yes. The reason why it took so long is because the thumbnails... we asked for thumbnails to get made. And it's just taken a little while because this is kind of like the last priority for the graphics team to be working on. So that's kind of why it's taking a while to roll out. I need to know, how do you learn to hit those high notes in Mephisto? I learned how to do them a couple years ago from a few vocal lessons that I took, but I had to stop because of my throat issues. I definitely cannot do it right now because my throat has literal acid in it. Even when it doesn't have acid in it, it takes a little bit for me to get right. It takes some warm up. It takes a lot of warm up. But basically, it's a head voice. Head voice, which is different from falsetto. Very different from falsetto. Head voice. And none of the notes in Mephisto that I sang at that time were in falsetto. It was all the high notes were in head voice. Okay, let's go to the camera screen. Let's go. Okay, so I wanted to have like a violin shop background, but the thing is like violin shops are like very like local. And I don't really feel right just like yoinking a picture of a violin shop. Like with dude, these glove fingers are so short. With fast food restaurant places, they're just chains, so I don't really care. But with violin shops, they're pretty local, and I don't want to just yoink a picture from some random local shop. So that's why I don't have a violin shop background, even though I would like to for immersion, but we have hand cam. There are factories. I would not trust a factory-made violin. Also, I don't want to use a factory image yet. I would not trust a factory-made violin. You can get a handmade violin. Even the beginning student ones, you can get a handmade violin for like $300-400. But yeah, I'm gonna show you. Knocking you out like a lullaby. Hear that sound playing in your mind. I'm gonna show you how it's done. I can't stop. Whenever I say I'm gonna show you, I can't stop thinking about this. Those small or extra small size go. I'm pretty sure they're just regular size. It's like a medium, man. Oh look, I have my my Nui by Hinatsuki or something. I forgot her exact store name. Hina, not Phase Connect Hina, but the one who makes these little plushies. And it came with it came with a thong on her head. I didn't know it was gonna come with a thong on her head, but yeah. Here. My hands are pretty... For a girl, my hands are pretty big. I have yaoi hands. Compared to a guy, I feel like they're pretty average. But my hands are not small. Okay. Are you ready? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you how it's done. Your hands are definitely bigger than mine. Yeah, I have pretty big hands. I don't know what, like, people think I'm small. I'm not. Look, I have a measuring tape. I don't even know, where do you end? Where do you end the measurement? Like at the base of the palm? At the base of the palm, my hand is like from like base of the palm to the tip of the middle finger. It's like almost 7 inches. Like over here. It's almost 7. It's like 6 3/4 inches. How do you think I play, man? I got musician hands. Look at that. The glove fingers are too short though. The fingers of the glove are too short. Look at that. Look at that. Fujikura 7 inches Uruka. That's me. That's me. Okay. I don't actually have that many violins. I have another one at my parents' place, but obviously I do not live anywhere near them. So what I have is my acoustic violin, my electric violin, and I have my viola too. I don't know if I want to show that, but between the acoustic violin and my electric violin, we can probably start with the acoustic, and then I can show you the electric afterwards, because the acoustic is standard. Electric is not. Confirm Tom bare hands. Yeah. Got the Tom bare hands. I'm gonna make myself smaller so I don't cover too much of the screen. You can show your other instruments. It might be hard to get those in frame. Your parents play violin too? No. No, the reason why I have a violin at my parents' place is because that was my full-size student violin. Like, it's still a good violin, it's just not like a really good violin. Okay. I can pull it out. But I want to pull out Kuma first. Kuma's gonna accompany me on this journey. Whoa. Gonna accompany me on this journey. Show Erhu. I could, yeah. I don't know a lot about Erhu though, so I don't know if I could really teach you much. Also, don't mind my leek wrist rest is stained. Ew. I got food stains on them. I think I spilled ramen broth on it. I spilled ramen broth on my leek. This is my acoustic violin. You can already see the shadow of it. It's kind of shiny. I haven't had it worked on since it was broken and fixed. I haven't had it worked on, so the wax isn't like, the polish isn't too shiny. Should be okay. Wait. I'm gonna show you. Okay. Hold on. Here it is. Whoa. What is going on with... Hold on. What is going on with this? Oh lordy. Contrast? No. Okay. That's better. This is more accurate to the color. Wait. Something like that. I don't know why it's so filled. It's not shiny with Uruka sweat. As you can see, it's like a little tiny bit reflective, but I don't think you can see really anything. You can see me moving my mic, but like that's about it. That's also might just be shadow. Does that mean we always had kawaii vision all this time? What is kawaii vision? It's quite big. I don't know why I half expected to be smaller. I mean, how small could it be? This is my hand. How small do you think it could be? Like, it's quite small. It's not wet. This is the varnish. The polish on it. Some people get their instruments worked on very often. I never do. The only reason it's been a lot shinier than this. The only reason why it even is so shiny in the first place is because I had to take it to the luthier to get it fixed because it literally fell apart that one time. I don't know if you guys remember, but this entire part just came off because the glue disintegrated. Yeah, and I had to get it fixed, and then they polished it for me, but I usually don't get it polished. Some people get their instruments worked on very often, but I don't because I don't care that much. So this is the violin. Does it look big? I feel like it looks pretty small. And yes, the wood is very dark. I don't know if this. I don't know anything about the type of wood and the correlation with the sound, but I chose. Basically, when you buy a violin, you test out a bunch of different ones to see which one you like the sound of better. And you can see. I also have a dark brown like chin rest. It came like this actually. So I specifically chose one that sounds very dark. Like the tone of it is very dark. I do not really like bright sounding violins because again, I'm a violist. I'm a violist, and there's a reason why I'm a violist is because I like the richer, darker sounds. So like the bright sounding violins are like really screechy in my ears. So I specifically chose a darker sounding one, and I think it just happens to also be dark in color. I'm not sure if there's a correlation between that. What exactly does dark sound mean? I don't know how to explain it, but it's a very rich dark tone. Like the lower ends are like very resonant. Rather than a lot of violins have like a more resonant high end. And it just sounds screechy to me, but this one sounds very warm. Like dark chocolate, yes, that is how I would describe it. It sounds like how like a smooth, melty dark chocolate would sound. But this is what it looks like. I try not to have it reflect anything, but it's quite reflective. And there's one thing with like older violins is that the curve, the violin's actually not like flat. The curve of the body, like this way, with older violins is actually the curve is actually higher. So like newer ones are flatter. The older ones are more curved. And you can see that the holes over here, the sound holes, these are called the F holes. Because they're shaped like the letter F. It's not because of anything weird, it's because it's shaped like the letter F. It's called the F hole. And you can see when you hold it like sideways, the hole is actually in that curve. Some violins are just flat, but you can see that the edge of the hole is actually curved upwards a bit. That is a cello. Uruka's just that big. Yeah, I'm a giant. This is actually a double bass. I'm just a giant. And then this is the back. I'm trying not to have it reflect. I'm gonna move away. Okay, yeah, you can see me. I'm gonna turn it around off screen. Like that. Okay. This is the back. This is the back of it, and yes, you can see my phone. You can see my phone. Also, that's just a shadow though. But yeah, one thing you can tell from like cheaper instruments is that if it's like cheap, like factory made, there will be a line down the middle. I don't exactly remember why, but for like a cheaper factory made instrument, the back panel is not going to be a full thing. You might be able to see a line down the middle. I don't really know why, but that is one indicator. And I'm gonna flip it off screen. Careful, Uruka, or else they'll find out you're not actually a bear in real life. Oh no, what would we do? I am a bear though. I don't know what you mean. I am a bear. You can look over here. This part. This is this part right here. This piece is glued to the body. This piece with this black piece is called the fingerboard. Same as guitar. This black piece is called the fingerboard. The fingerboard is glued onto this part, which is called the neck. And then the neck is glued onto the body of the violin. The part that disintegrated was the glue holding the neck to the body. So, and also the fingerboard. So it was like 2 or 3 years ago that I picked up my violin out of the box and it literally just fell apart because of this glue just disintegrated and I had to get it fixed at the shop. The line is because they're paged the wood like 2 pages of a book to get more surface area out of one smaller piece of wood. They do this in guitars. I see. I see. Yeah, that's like one indicator that the instrument might be like on the cheaper end or factory made. It's not like a huge deal. It might affect the sound a little, but I haven't really made any direct comparisons. And maybe the violin gave up after seeing you. No, it's because I hadn't taken it out of the box in a long time, and I didn't have a good case. Thank you for the Stream Elements donation. Wait, I forgot to pull up Stream Elements. Wait. Ugh. Stream Elements. My apartment is very moist. And I didn't have a very good case. I just threw it in a random case and the moisture got to the violin and it literally just died. Can we get a demonstration so we know how to properly finger each violin? I know what you're trying to do. Why you gotta word it like that? Why you gotta word it like that? Moist or humid? It's humid. And I stuck it under my bed for a long time because I didn't really play my acoustic for a bit. So I stuck it under my bed and then like I guess the humidity got to it and I didn't have a good case. I have a good case now. But yeah, the case is very expensive as well. A good case is also very expensive. But yeah, so something about old instruments is that usually when an instrument is old, they usually just maintain the body of it. Sometimes they'll replace the parts like the neck and this area. Everything else, they'll maintain the body. Not everything else, like all this extra stuff, that can be replaced. Just the body of it, this main wood part, is the most important part. I actually have no idea whether this is all original or not. I have no clue. It might have been told, but at the time I didn't really care because I was just like, ooh, yes, new, or not new, a very nice violin. Silica bag funds. I have a good case now, so it doesn't actually matter that much. It kind of helps with the humidity, but yeah. So as you can see, there's like little notches here and there on the body, like little dents and scratches over here. That it came with that. I assume that's from the original wood. I am actually not entirely sure when this was made because this is actually a copy. When I say a copy, it's like it's kind of hard to explain because there are copies that are like factory made, not super good copies. And then there's like actual handmade copies. Replica, I guess replica is a better word than copy. Because like there's copies that are like factory made and then there's like actual like handmade replicas. So I guess, yeah, replica is a good word for that. So I'm not actually entirely sure when this was made because there is a year. Usually when you look inside of this, the left F hole, there's a label inside, and then as in mass produced. I would say like a copy is mass produced. If it's like a replica, I think it's still like a handmade instrument that is just trying to like emulate the sound of a pre-existing model. So this is a copy of a Guarneri violin, which is not as known as a Strad, but it's like a Strad and a Guarneri are kind of on the same level in terms of like expensiveness and famousness. This is not a real one. This is a replica of a Guarneri violin. But it's like a good replica. It's a good replica. And what I don't know is I'm not sure whether or not the label inside is also a replica or if it's real. But it definitely is not a new instrument. It's definitely not a new instrument. So it is still an old violin. I don't know if it's as old as the label inside it says, but it is old. Does being a replica affect anything? No, I mean, it's still a handmade instrument. It's just that they were just trying to emulate the sound of the original instrument. The original instrument is like millions of dollars, so like you can't really buy it. So, it's not a real one. It's not a real one. How much did this violin cost? I don't know if I want to say. It wasn't super expensive, but obviously it's not cheap. It was between $5,000 and $10,000. That is what I'll say. It was between $5,000 and $10,000. But it's a very good violin. It's a very good violin. But it's not that good. It's not actually that good. My friends play like $20,000, $30,000 violins. It's not that bad. Yeah. It was 9,999. Maybe. Maybe. For a replica, it's good. Yeah, I mean, I really like the way that it sounds. I really, really like the sound of it. But I have teachers that have had 6-figure violins, so take that as you will. Take that as you will. This is the instrument of your life. Like, you don't buy a new one. You get one and it's yours. Like, you do not buy a new one. It's like a Harry Potter wand. Your teachers like to be in debt. Well, they're professional. They're professional musicians. You know, like, if you work full time with an orchestra, like a well-known orchestra, you know, it's your life. It is literally your life. It is your moneymaker. Exactly. It is your moneymaker. As a trumpet player in middle school, I always remember the smell of the instrument. It was very distinct. Do you have the same with your violin? Mine, personally, no. I don't really smell it. I can try to smell it. I don't think it smells like anything. It's like Vtuber models. They cost 20K for the professionals. Yeah, I don't think you guys want to know how much like a nice Vtuber model costs. Like if you're freaking out about, I don't know if you want to know. It's all. That just model without the rigging? I mean, it really depends on what artist you get and what rigger you get. It really depends. But I think out of Gen 1, we spent the least on mine. But that's nothing to say about the quality though. It's just how artists and riggers price themselves and like how they want to price themselves. But throughout the years it's gotten a lot more expensive. Throughout the years it's gotten a lot more expensive. I can say right now, I can say very confidently that in this current time, in the current industry of the VTuber industry, the average good quality, it doesn't have to be amazing quality, but the average good quality VTuber model will cost the same as this violin. Or either the same or more. So take that as you will. Mama Bear, the other day you mentioned warmth as a characteristic of the sound. What gives the sound its warmth? The strings, the build, the bow? It's mainly the body of the violin. I'm not an expert, so I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's the kind of wood that they use. I think it's mainly the kind of wood that is used, and that is why for string instruments, like specifically orchestral string instruments, it is highly desired to have a very old instrument. As long as it's well maintained, it is highly desired to have an old instrument because the wood quality of like the aged wood sounds really, really good. And it's kind of harder. I think nowadays it's easier. I don't exactly know. Like I do not know that much. But recently, I think newer instruments have been getting better. Like my Viola is a newer instrument. It was made in 2012, but the sound is still really good. But I think that's a more recent development that they're able to do that. Because usually the older instruments are what you would want. You're saying I should start making VTuber models? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people would commission you. I'm sure people would commission you for VTuber models. Yeah. If you want to, you could. They can probably write the loan payments off their taxes if they're professional. Yeah. I mean, I do that. It's like it's part of my job too. But no, some of them are not. Some of them actually own their instruments. Some of them are loaned. Some of them aren't owned. Wow, that rhymed. Some of them are loaned. Some of them are owned. But yeah, it's definitely a very it's just not, I don't think it's something that you would understand really. Like, I can see from the perspective of someone who doesn't play instruments, that'd be like, why the fuck would you pay that? It's a niche thing, I understand. It's a pretty niche thing. How do replica/copy work with violins? Are they not the same inside, or are they uniquely designed? How would you make a replica? So I do not know really. Like, I haven't really looked into it, but what I assume is that they try to replicate the build and the wood that they use, because again, the tone of it comes from mainly the wood, like the type of the type of wood that is used. And like the lacquer, the polish, and the build quality and everything. So I'm not entirely sure, but I would assume that they just try to emulate it. Like it doesn't need to be like visually. I don't think it really matters. Like, it's not like a visual replica. I think they're trying to replicate the sound. And I do not know too much about the making of violin, so I'm not entirely sure. I don't even know what wood this is made of. So I'm sure it's on the papers, but I don't have the papers. I don't remember where they are. They're somewhere. I'm sure it's on the papers somewhere. But yeah, another thing with like the older violins is that it's actually skinnier. It's thicker. It's thicker this way, but it's skinnier this way. It's got them curves. So like this top part is actually smaller. Like, I think in modern violins, the top and bottom are a little more even, whereas this one is smaller at the top. The waist is smaller. Slim, thick, yeah. He's got them childbearing hips. Hourglass figure. There's studies on whether players can tell between old and new instruments. Spoiler, they can't. I don't know what kind of study you're looking at, but I can assure... I feel like people can. Maybe if the new ones are like the good quality new ones, maybe. Because it's only in very recent times. When I say very recent, I mean like in the past like 20 years or something. It's only in recent times that they can make new instruments that sound like just as good as old instruments. But I think there's a certain point probably that it's able to get that sound from. Yeah. But again, I've not just me, but basically like all the musicians that I know is I explained this before in another stream. I don't remember when, but whenever you go to a shop, whenever you go to an instrument shop and you're saying, I'm looking for this, something in this price range and within this budget, they will bring out some for you to try. They'll flip around the prices so you can't see them, but they're still attached. And they'll throw in like something like way below or way above your budget just to throw you off. Just to see if you can tell, just to throw you off just cuz. And like, without fail, I always choose the most expensive one, not knowing the price. And this is like, it's pretty common. Like my friends also do that. Like if you know what you're looking for, if you know the sound, then you're able to tell. I can assure you're able to tell. But again, between old and new instruments, there are newer instruments nowadays, recent years. When I say recent, I mean somewhere between the past 10, 20 years. They're able to make new instruments that are pretty much very, very close to how old wood sounds. So, I don't know. I've never tested between new and old ones before. But I'm gonna assume that between the new or old instruments, the price range was still the same. Because if it's like a cheap new one, that would be pretty easy to tell. If it's an expensive new instrument, I can see how it's hard to tell. Because I have a new viola. It was made in 2012. That is considered very recent. But it does actually sound like an old instrument. And that is why I chose that one. It like the wood sounds very resonant for a new instrument. So I can see how it could happen. But I mean the age of the wood. Yes, the age of the wood, like this part, the body part, all of this stuff on top, like this thing, like even this part, all of that can be replaced. But the main thing is the body, this part. Everything else replaceable. Hagwood. Yeah, man, hagwood. You know what type of wood each part is made of? Looks like a mahogany body and maple neck. I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. I'm sure it's on the papers. But I don't have them, so I'm not sure. Are there any wood experts here? Do you know what kind of wood this looks like? Because I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. It's possible earlier mid 19th century, possibly German made. A few repairs on the top, hopefully not from you. What do you mean hopefully not from you? I have not personally done anything to this. Okay, I don't trust myself to do anything. I take it to the shop. I don't actually take it to the shop very often. I've actually only taken it to the shop one time, and it's when the neck broke off. I have a few early ones too. My oldest is from 1800. Yeah, I don't know the exact year because on the inside it says a year, but I don't know if I trust that because it could just like it could just be that they just put it there because it's supposed to be a replica. But it's definitely probably at least it's probably at least 100 years old. The year inside says 17 something. Wait. But I don't know if I trust that. It's like super faded inside too. So I don't... It's really faded inside, so I can't like... I can't... It just says Yeah, I think this is the label for the original that they just put onto the copy. I don't think this is the actual year. Because it says the guy's name, and he's definitely not the one that made this, because this is definitely not an original. This is definitely not an original, so I don't know who the actual maker is. Because they only put the original guy's name inside. Joseph Guarnerius Fisil Cremone Anno 17 IHS. That is what it says inside. But yeah, usually you can find the maker and the year that it was made inside. But with this one, I'm a little unsure. I'm pretty unsure about it because it is a replica. That's a Harry Potter spell. No, it's Italian, I think. I think. Most violins use some sort of spruce on top and maple in the back. You can usually tell maple if it has a flame look to it. I don't know. I have never tried to figure out what wood it's made out of. Again, it probably says on the papers. What wood does this look like? I have no idea. Oh! Scraped my water bottle. Original violins ever popular, or are they just clones? Yeah, original instruments are very popular as well. It's just... I mean, I don't really go in and say, I want a replica of this, or I want an original. I just go in and try a bunch of different ones, and then whichever one I like the most, that's just the one that I get. Again, once you get a, like, good grade one, you never have to buy one again. So, like, this is... my second full-size violin. I had another full-size violin. My other full-size violin was an original violin. It was fine. I bought it off my old violin teacher. It was like $1,200 ish. That one was okay, but this one's better. this one's better. But yeah, that one is an original one. And I'm pretty sure there are makers nowadays that are pretty well known too. The shop that I got, the shop that made my viola is actually pretty well known as well. I can't say where I got it from because it's like a local place. Well, I don't live there anymore, so I don't know if it's local, but I just won't say. I'm gonna gatekeep. They have very good new instruments. The one that I got my viola from is a very... I got it from the same store, actually. This one came from the same place as my viola, but this one just happens to be a replica. That one is an original. But they have very good instruments. Violin tops are... oh wait, I already read that. Did I? No, I didn't. Violin tops are always made of spruce. The back and sides are made of maple. That is not from the 1700s, and it's definitely not a Guarnerius. If it was a real Guarnerius, it would be worth millions. Yeah, I mean, I know it is definitely not a Guarnerius. It's a replica, but I just don't know when this replica was made. Because it doesn't say inside too. It doesn't say inside when it was made. Because the label inside is the original label. Like, it's a copy of the original label. So I'm not sure who made it or when it was made. But we do know for sure that it's not a real one because the real ones are very, very expensive. But we can pretend it's a real Guarneri. No, we don't need to pretend it's a real one. We don't need to pretend it's a real one. I don't need people to think that I have a real Guarneri. It's okay. I'm gonna get shot. It's anyways. Does the other F hole have info? No, they don't put anything on this side. They only put stuff on this side. Yeah. Imagine her playing a couple $1 million violin. I haven't, but I was in a quartet for a few months. A few years ago, I was in a quartet for a few months, and the first violinist in our quartet was loaned a Strad, like a real Strad. So I've never played it myself, but I have heard it. I have played with one. Bum, 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 bum. That's nice. Yeah. I mean, I didn't pay that much attention to it, so I was like, okay. So I wasn't really looking out for it, for the sound of it. Did that musician allow you to touch the Strad? No. I mean, I didn't want to. I didn't really. I honestly didn't care that much, to be honest. to be honest. It was the organization that we were with owned that Strad, and they loan it out to people. If they deem them worthy, they loan it out to them. So I've heard it, because that other guy left, and then they gave it to someone else. But I didn't really interact with the guy they gave it after. So they sound good though. But the thing is, like, the people that they give it to are like really, really, really good violinists. So it's like they sound good either way. It's like they sound good either way. I'm not gonna be like, wow, that's definitely the Strad doing the work right now. Better than you. Oh, they're so much better than me. It's not even a question. Deemed worthy. Yeah. Yeah. It was definitely a real Strad. I know it was a real Strad. It's also actually the Strad that one of the... I think I told this story before. A long time ago, one of the faculty of this organization actually lost the Strad. It's the one that fell off the car, yeah. They lost the Strad. Because they put it on top of their car while they were doing other stuff. They forgot it was on top of their car, and then they drove off. So it just fell on the road. Yeah. And then someone found it and brought it to a shop. And somehow the shop didn't know that it was a Strad. Which is like, how would you not know? So apparently they sold it to some random lady who bought it for her son for like way cheap. And then when the organization was trying to look for it, when they were trying to look for it, they found it. They found out that it was like with this random kid, and they had to buy it off the lady who didn't know it was a Strad, but obviously once she knew it was a Strad, it's like... Crazy. This is a long time ago though, like before my time. I don't know when it was. It's just a story that's been passed down. But yeah. So the people who had the Strad, they were way better than me. Like way better. So even when they played the Strad, I was like, yeah, like you sound really good either way. So it's like I don't know. Is it the Strad? Is it? I don't know. Even the kid. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not talking about the kid. I'm talking about the people that they loaned the Strad to. Guessing they didn't loan the violin to him again. Well, the person who lost it wasn't someone they loaned it to. It was one of the faculty. It was one of the faculty. But yeah, this is these are called the F holes. I know it sounds funny, but these are the F holes. And someone asked if there has to be F holes. Yes, there has to be F holes because this is where the sound comes out of. As you can see, there are no other holes on the instrument, and this is the only place that the sound resonates out of. I have no idea whether or not the shape of these holes matters. It looks really fancy, but I actually don't know if the shape of it contributes to the sound. But that's where it comes out of. This is the bridge. This is the bridge that the strings are connected to, and then, well, connected to. You can literally just... This thing snaps off sometimes. Like, it's not glued on or anything. You can just take it out. You can just take this thing out. It's held by tension. The only thing that's holding it in place is tension. So sometimes it gets a little crooked. As you can see right now, it's like a little tilted towards the left, but it's okay. My bridge is bent. It shouldn't look like that, but I'm too lazy to buy a new one. My bridge is a little bent, but don't worry about it. It's fine. It's a little bent. It's a little twisted, but it's fine. So this is held by tension. The vibration of the strings goes through the bridge, and then there's a post. Underneath the bridge, it's called the sound post. And the sound post is this one little tiny stick. I don't think I can show you. It's probably impossible to show you on the inside. If you look on your own and you angle it a little, you can see the stick. It's just a little tiny stick, but that little tiny stick is everything. If anything happens to this stick, it's over. The sound post takes the vibrations from the bridge, and I don't know the exact science of it, but from the bridge, the vibrations go down to the sound post, and then it resonates out of the instrument. I don't know the exact science, but that's like the layman's explanation. To be fair, Uruka, if you found a random fiddle, would you assume it's a legit Strad? Just saying. Well, I mean, I would assume that it's like labeled inside, you know, like, or at least like, because the person who found it wasn't the lady who gave it to her kid. The person who found it brought it to a shop, and the shop then sold it to the lady. And you would think that the shop would be able to like recognize it, right? So much. Sakana just went so much reflection. It's not that it's just the lights that makes it look really reflective. It's not actually that bad. Strad is named the Duke of Alcantara. Which one? Which one? The one that fell? I didn't know. Is it famous like that? I didn't know. Fishman. The sound post mechanically joins the top and bottom so the instrument vibrates as one piece rather than just the top resonating. Yes, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Better than my unga boonga words. To be fair, every Strad is a famous Strad. I mean, I guess so. Like, that makes sense, but I didn't know that they have like stand names. But yeah, This is the tailpiece. It's hard because usually the body is lighter and then usually these parts are black, but they kind of all blend in on mine. So this part right here is a little hard to see. That's my monitor. This part is called the tailpiece. Sometimes it's just rounded, but this is fancy, so it's like angled. And this is a fine tuner. And I only have one fine tuner on. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a point on a stream a few days ago that I was playing the acoustic and I was like, where did my fine tuner go? I used to have two. I used to have one over here and one over here because usually when you tune a violin, you tune by the A, which is this second string over here. This string is usually the one that you tune, and then once you have this one tuned, you tune the other strings to it. So usually, I mean, well, it's easier to have a fine tuner on that A because this is the one that needs to be really precise. But the thing is, the more things you have on the violin, the more it dampens the sound. So most people, most professional players only have one on the E string, and it's only because it's the thinnest string. And if you try to turn the these are called pegs. Haha, funny, pegs. If you try to turn the peg, it might snap because these are very, very not fine. These are the non-fine tuners. These tune like a lot, and sometimes they get stuck too. Like sometimes they're really hard to turn because these are not mechanical. Some people have mechanical pegs, but these literally is just string wound on stick, stick going whole. These are not mechanical, so it makes it really hard to do fine adjustments. Like sometimes you'll turn it, and then like the tension inside of the hole loosens too much, and then it'll just unwind completely because it's awesome. Or sometimes you'll tune it to the right note, but then you can feel it slipping out of tune because you haven't pushed it in. You have to like push it like this sometimes, because otherwise it won't stay. Because it's literally just held by pushing the peg inside of the peg box, rather than a mechanical tuning. Mechanical pegs like a guitar. What does it mean to be mechanical? So if you play guitar, you can see it has mechanics that makes it very easy to tune. Wait, actually no, my guitar is electric, so it's very reflective. Let me show you. Guitar. Actually, violins have mechanical tuners too, but it's not preferable because again, it dampens the sound. Usually you want as little things on the violin as possible because the more things you have on it, the more the sound gets dampened. It's basically the string is wound into... I don't know how to make it like... Okay, this is not a very clear image. Basically, a mechanical tuner is a tuner that has like gears. So it makes it really easy to turn. And you can do fine adjustments perfectly fine. So like this is a guitar. You can see that the strings are just wound onto this I don't know the part names. I'm not really a guitarist. I'm not good at guitar, but it's wound onto this post. And it's not directly connected to the part that turns. But on the back of that is a gear. They're gears, which makes it very easy to turn. Like this. Whoa, why is it so large? Why is it so large? Yeah, so this is the back, and you can see that it's like literally gears. When you turn it, it turns the little post. And it keeps it in place no matter what because they are mechanical. But for a typical violin, it's just string is wound onto peg, and peg is literally just stuck into hole. They do make mechanical tuners for violins, but it's not preferable. Even those slip a bit over time. Yeah, but they don't slip like... Okay, I'm gonna do this just so you can see. If I... which one is the best example? This one, if I turn this like just a little bit... Okay, this is not a good example. I have some that I turn and it just completely unwinds. Sometimes you turn this and it just completely unwinds the whole entire thing, and then you just have like this loose dangling string. Yeah, so I think these my violin pegs are more well lubed. So yeah, I have one on my viola that is really hard to tune, and I hate it. Because literally, like, I'll turn it one way and it just unwinds completely. Yeah. But the fine tuners are mechanical. So yeah, for the thinnest string, it is preferable to have a fine tuner. I think cellos keep all 4 of them on. Because it's a lot harder for cellos because their strings are so thick. But at least for violins and violas, it's preferred to just have 1. I used to have 2, but then when I guess I decided to take one out because I was like, I'm too good for that now. I wish I didn't do that. It's a lot easier to have 2. And it's not like you guys can tell the nuances of the sound through my microphone anyway. Yeah, I think I took it out when I changed the strings. And this is the chin rest. This is the part that goes under the chin, as the name would suggest. And it's clamped onto the violin like this, with this thing. You can take it off. Like these little holes over here. There's a little tool that you can twist these off. These are screwed on. You can screw them. And I don't know why one of them is a little crooked. Don't mind just little parts of my violin being a little crooked. I don't know why this one's crooked. This side is crooked. I don't know why. And this part at the bottom. Wait. Ugh. This part at the bottom. This little circle thing over here is what the tailpiece connects to. So a lot of the things on a violin are held by tension. Like this whole piece is held by tension. It's held by the tension of the strings, and then the tension of being connected to this little round part over here. If the strings are loose, this thing will completely come off. So, yeah. And then, if you guys want a little haha funny, not only are these called the F-holes, but these are called the pegs. This is the peg box. And then this little raised part over here is hard to tell, but there's a little tiny raised part, like right where the strings hit the fingerboard. This is called the nut. If you want a little haha funny. It's called the nut. And yes, this is the G string. This is the G string. I'm pulling on the G string. And then this is the waist, obviously. The waist. This is the lower bout, upper bout, and then this little fancy part up here is called the scroll. This is the scroll. I bet you can't tell why it's called the scroll. Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me. Lube up the peg, push it in the F hole. No, you don't. Do not put the pegs in the F holes. These are the F holes. You're not supposed to put anything in here. Do not put anything in there. You don't really lube, like, you wouldn't say lubing, really, the peg. Like, in a way, kind of. But the lube is actually like a chalk. So you're not actually, like, lubing it. Hey, Spit Bear, tell the youngins how you use your saliva. It's a normal thing. Oh my god, okay. Now I have to... Okay, you see how there's a bit of, like... It's kind of hard to tell, but there's a bit of dust on this area. It's from the rosin. The dust is from the rosin. And the rosin is like this sticky... I can show you. It's not... Well, it by itself, it's not sticky, but this is rosin. This is my, like, throw around rosin. It's like cheap rosin, but... the dent is so... The dent is so huge. That you put this on your bow. You just run your bow through it. Wait, I can show you. This bow was not very expensive. I don't have a very good violin bow, but it works. It works perfectly fine, so I don't care. You take the bow. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show you. I can just show you right now. The bow. Is Uma Musume horsehair. This is horsehair. And I don't know what the stick is made of, but the way you use a bow is it usually comes like this with the loose strings. Not strings, loose hairs. And then on this end, this part is called the frog. Don't ask why, I don't know why. This is called the frog. This is called the tip. And this little part over here, you twist it. Twist it clockwise in order to tighten the bow. You don't want the bow too tight. You just want it like tight enough that there's tension, but there's still a downwards curve. There's still a downwards curve of the wood. If the wood is straight, it's too tight. If the wood is going like this, it's too tight. So you still want a downward curve. Ant on the desk. Don't mind them. My ant traps aren't working, man. But basically, you just do this. You go like this. Preferably not right on top of the violin because the dust will get there, but you do this. It's a lot easier not to do it in front of a camera, but you do this. And you do a few times. Like that. You don't want too much, but you want enough. And then what that does is that it gets the powder of the rosin. It gets the powder of the rosin onto the horsehair. And that stickiness kind of gives it a grip onto the strings. Because otherwise, there will not be any sound coming out. There will be no sound. But the other thing that comes with that is that because it's powder. Because it's powder, the powder kind of gets on the instrument and on the string, so you kind of want to like wipe it around like this area. Otherwise, it's gonna be like there's gonna be white powder everywhere. You want to like wipe it. But the thing is, it kind of sticks on the strings. So one very simple way to clean up the stickiness of it. I don't know what the science behind this is, but The easiest way to dissolve rosin is if you take a cloth, spit on it, and then wipe the rosin off. I don't know what the science is behind it, but for some reason, some kind of enzyme in your saliva breaks down rosin really well. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the science of it is, but it works. It works really well. Hawk twat, stop. You don't spit on the violin, you spit on the cloth. Once the spit is on the cloth, you use the cloth to rub it in. Did you get it from Uma Musume Horse Lady's Tale? Maybe. That's for me to know. That's for me to know. You need to use rosin. Yes. It's very important to use rosin because actually I think I have a new bow. I can show you what it sounds like. Actually, I don't remember if this is new or not, but this is the one that came with like the $20 violin or something like that. Either the 20 or like the $150. I kept the bow of it. I've never used this bow. I think from the look of it, I don't think I ever put rosin on it. Okay, this is a new bow. Okay, this is a new bow. I'm gonna tighten it. I should get a violin for $20. I did a why is it so heavy? Oh my god. This bow is so heavy. Holy shit. What the hell? Wait. I'm so what the hell? That's crazy. So if I tighten it, and this has no rosin on it. Wait, what the heck? Does it have rosin? Oh wait, shit, I think I did put rosin on it. What the hell? Wait. Okay, never mind. I guess I did put rosin on it. I guess that makes sense. Lick it off. I can't lick it off. You can't just take it off because it's like inside of the hairs. Okay, never mind. Anyway, I was trying to show you that there would be no sound coming out, but this has rosin on, so. If you get a completely new bow, that has never been rosin before, there will be very little sound coming. If you draw it across the strings, there will be very little sound coming out of it. But when you have a lot of rosin, it's able to grasp the strings a lot better. I've always loved the look of violins that give me the same vibe as a 16th century galleon ship. Also, have you tried using borax for your ant problem? What is borax? I don't know what borax is. Yeah, violins look really nice. Some of them look really cheap though. I don't really like the like bright orange looking ones. Some violins, you know what I'm talking about. Some of them are like bright orange. It just I don't like that. I do not like those. But if I like the sound of a bright orange looking one, I just cut my losses. It should have been me, not the violin. I don't. Why do you want me to wipe you with a spit cloth? What? So yeah, that's the acoustic. That's the acoustic. Oh, and if you remember, I said that's my name. I'll just hold it backwards. If you remember me saying that usually the less You want as little things attached to the violin as possible, otherwise it dampens the sound. So some people prefer not to use a shoulder rest. This is a shoulder rest. This is a shoulder rest. And what you want to do is... I got it covered. What you want to do is you put these little grippy feet thingy. You put these on the back of the violin, and it just rests on your shoulder. And it makes it easier to just rest the violin on your shoulder, I guess. Some people prefer not to use these. Some teachers teach without them because they think it works better, and it does. I will say that it does sound better. It does sound a lot better. Like this, having this or not is way bigger of a difference than fine tuners, because this is like a physical thing being clamped onto the violin. It dampens the sound a pretty noticeable amount. Like it's not huge, but it's pretty noticeable. But I learned using this, and I had a teacher, the teacher that in the end had me learn like way more than I ever thought I could. He did not use a shoulder rest, and he tries to make all his students play without shoulder rest. So I swear, I tried, okay? I really tried to learn without a shoulder rest. But like 2 months in, I just couldn't do it, and he was like, you know what, just put it back on. It's on. He really just put it back on. I was like, okay. Alright. It was a good learning experience though. It was a good learning experience to try to play without it. Because I noticed that a lot of my tension stems from the fact that I know that I could just clamp my violin between my shoulder and my chin. And a lot of that tension is from unnecessarily clamping it. And when you don't have a shoulder rest, you can't really do that. And you kind of have to like rely on like gravity and stuff. So I will say that even though I wasn't able to do it completely, in the end, I think it was still a very good learning experience, and I learned some good stuff out of it. So it wasn't a complete waste. So it gets tiring or painful without it. It's not. It's just the way that you play, because if you don't. So for me personally, it's different from person to person. But if I don't have a shoulder rest. Some people use like a cloth, like a grippy cloth, so that it doesn't slip around, which is cool. I've never tried that, but it feels weird for me because the space between your neck and the space between your chin and your shoulder is way bigger than this, you know. so it's just not comfortable to me, and you have to rely a lot more on your arm. You have to rely a lot more on your left arm if you don't use a shoulder rest, because that is what's gonna be holding the violin up. Whereas, you know, if you have a shoulder rest, you can just pin it between your chin and your shoulder. Although that is where the tension comes from. So. But once you try it without it, you'll start to realize that that's where the tension is from, and then you'll start to notice, and then you'll start to try learning to play without tension, and you know. So, yeah. I can show you where this goes, but it's really not that interesting. There was an attempt. There was an attempt. I tried, man. I tried for 2 months. But I did learn something out of it, which is awesome, because I did actually have a lot of tension. Here. Well, okay. Yeah, this is where it goes. You just clamp it onto the back. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty much it for the acoustic. I can show you the electric now. The electric looks kind of funky. Borax is a laundry detergent booster. You can get it at the grocery store if you mix it with something sweet like sugar. Ants eat it and it aces them out. Wait, like, do I just put it in like a cup or something? So shiny. It wasn't this shiny before. It's only because it broke and I had to take it to the shop to get it fixed, and then they decided to polish it for me. When it first came back from the shop, it was so polished. It was so incredibly polished. It was crazy. But it's been a couple years since then, I think. So the shine is actually, this is actually less shiny than it used to be. Yeah. Okay. So let's put this down for now. Oh god. I forgot to show you the strings that I use. I used to use Evaporazzi Gold, but then I started to realize that Evaporazzi Gold has a really dark, rich sound. And my violin is really dark and rich, so the combination of the two is just not very good. It's just too dark, so I had to get like brighter strings. I had to get brighter strings because the Evaporazzi Gold were too dark, and the tension was way too high. The tension's already really high because it's an older violin. The, what do you call it? The space between the fingerboard and the strings is kind of higher. It makes it a little harder. So the higher tension strings were making it really hard to play. But these strings are really nice. Infeld. I forgot exactly what these are. Infeld. Something. It's the blue one. It's the blue one. But these are really nice because these are quite bright. These are very bright. It's actually it shows you like the specs. Never mind, you can't see them. It's like high. From brilliance to warm, it's more brilliant. From rich to focused, it's more focused. From easy to demanding, it's more easy. For playability. For tuning, from excellent to average. It leans towards excellent. Why would they make it towards average? The tension is low. So it's low tension with a focused sound and high brilliance rather than warmth. And for my violin, which already sounds really dark and rich and warm, I just found that the richer strings just don't, like, it doesn't really, it's too much. So I find that these bright strings actually work a lot better because it kind of like, even though these strings, the description of it is like the complete opposite of the violin itself, when you put them together, it works really well. So these are really nice. I like these a lot. The first time I put them on, because I've been using those strings that I had before them. Okay, if you play violin regularly, you're supposed to change your strings every like 4 months or so. I changed these strings in November-ish, and before that, I hadn't changed them. Before that, I hadn't changed them since like 2015, which was like a long time ago. Yeah, they were very worn. I smell a scam with that advice. It's not a scam. I don't know why you guys keep thinking everything is a scam when it's like very noticeable. It's very noticeable when your strings are old. Not everything's a scam, guys. Believe me, if you have any sort of knowledge in this kind of thing, you will know. You're not changing your strings just because you're supposed to. You're changing your strings because they're old. Like, you can noticeably tell that the sound of them is like not as good as it was before. Because it's a thin metal wire. Yeah. I do not change my strings that often. I only change my strings like once a year, which is considered very little. A lot of people change them every 3-4 months, but that's also because they play a lot more than I do. I actually don't play that much, considering. So I just I just change them every year. Also because they're expensive. But yeah, I don't play enough to justify. But if you're a professional musician and you literally play several hours every day, and it's like not like easy stuff, but like intense stuff, you probably want to change your strings pretty often. Like, how dark? Were you constantly walking on your violin hanging itself? Nice attempt at humor. What the heck? Okay. Damn, so that means I can only buy a violin if I'm rich? Well, no. If you're a beginner violin, I doubt you're gonna be playing that much. Like, if you're a student, like even me, like I wouldn't say I'm like a professional, but I'm like, I'm like semi-professional. I only change my strings once a year. It's like I only change my strings once a year. And if you're a beginner or a student, you're probably fine even less than that. Like I wouldn't recommend it, but you're probably fine if you don't change your strings that often. Like, again, before I changed my strings last November, I literally hadn't changed them since 2015. So, and I was still playing it. It still works. It's just not ideal. And the longer you wait to change them, the more you risk a string snapping in the middle of you playing it. Which is also not ideal, because it might snap and fling into your eye. It's the pains of a professional. Well, it's the pains of like, if you're gonna go into it more in depth, like, I would say if you play at least 4 hours a day, I would say it would probably be wise to change it at least every 6 months. But a lot of people play more than that, and that's when you have to start changing it more. 2035 Blue Bear Violin String 5. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, as you can see, the last time I changed them was November, and it is currently August, and I haven't changed them. So, like, if you're a student, you don't have to change it that often. Like, trust me, you don't have to change it that often. I think when I was like a beginner, I don't think I ever changed my strings. Like, unless it broke, I don't think I ever changed the strings. This is this one. This one's my electric. In a way, it's more reflective because there's like plastic on it. Just wipe it off. It's a little dusty. Don't mind. Don't mind the dust. I'll try to hold it in a way that's not super reflective. Yeah, that's like a literal mirror. Okay, it's fine. It's alright. My head kind of blocks the worst part. Right over here. I just cover it with a towel. This is the electric violin. It's a 5-string, which means it has 5 strings. Right over here. As you can probably tell already, the neck is thicker. That's because it has an extra string. And the bridge part has like a black part on it. The black part of the bridge, it's hard to tell. This is not a hole. This is the pickup. All the pickup is on the bridge, and it's wired in. I don't know how to explain. Unlike the acoustic, the bridge is actually attached. Like if I take the strings out, like it'll flop around, but it's still attached to the violin because of the pickup. It's attached by wires. Also, there are 5 pegs. Is that also because there's 5 strings? Yes. Every string has its own peg. So, is it tilting or is it the camera angle? Wait, what? Oh no, it's the camera angle. This is not tilting this much. It's pretty it's a little tilted. It's not the most parallel. That can be fixed though. It's a tiny bit tilted, but it's definitely not as tilted as it looks on screen. And it's hard to see, but every single string has a fine tuner. Because it's just easier for an electric, and also like you're not really I don't think you're really concerned with the acoustics of an electric violin, so it's fine. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter because the sound is coming out of the pickup anyways. The resonance issues are only if if it's resonating out of the body. This has no body to resonate out of, so like none of the problems of like attaching things to the violin apply to the electric, because it's literally taking the direct vibrations from the strings at the bridge into the pickup, which makes it a lot easier to play like very fine, like very quiet things. It's like very clean sounding, but it also means that you can't get a lot of power out of it unless you like obviously unless you digitally alter it. You don't really get a lot of power because you don't get the resonance. A lot of power and like loudness of violin comes from the manipulation of the bow and the resonance of the body of the instrument rather than like the amount of force you're using. So it's actually really it's actually kind of hard to play loudly or like as loud as you would want unless you digitally like filter it or something. And it's harder to sustain notes as well, again also because it doesn't have the resonance. The acoustic depends on resonance for a sustained sound. This one, you just gotta you just ball. I just have to keep pulling the bow. We just ball. I can't play as long of notes on the electric because of that. The old strings were held together by the power of Uru spit. I have no doubt that the spit might have helped a little bit, but I don't think they were held together by my spit. Despite being only rated to go for 6 months, it powered through almost 10 years. They are practically a religious artifact of the cult. Yeah, I think I actually have the strings. Like usually when I replace strings, I put the old strings into the packaging of the new strings, so I think I still have them. Violin string auction. Actually, do I still? Yeah, I think they're still in there. Violin string auction that's been spit on by Uruka. use headphones instead of speakers with the electric violin. Yes, I've actually never used speakers because I don't I don't play outside. Obviously, I use this with my shorts streams. So it plugs directly into my audio interface, and I hear it out of my headphones after I run it through some filters. But I've actually never tried with speakers before. But yeah, this is the Yamaha YEV 105. It's pretty hefty, I will say. It's a good amount heavier than the acoustic because it has like plastic parts, and because of like mechanics on the inside, it's a decent amount heavier. I can definitely feel the weight of it when I play. It causes more tension because it's heavier, which is not ideal, but at the same time it's actually easier to get sound out of, so it's kind of a trade-off. As you can see, the Yamaha logo right over there. And then the pegs, even though it's an electric, it still has the standard pegs. Strings, these are still these are the strings that it came with out of the box. And I think I got this either 2022 or 2023. It was actually gifted to me by an Urufu gang member, which I'm super grateful for, and I've obviously been using it a lot. I love it a lot. But I haven't changed the strings since then. So the strings on this one are like 2 or 3 years old. So, like I said, unless you're like really trying to go deeper or like more advanced with string instruments, you don't have to worry too much about the strings. Again, these are 2 or 3 years old. And it's fine because it's an electric and I don't care. And this is the back. I feel like there's like a serial number on it, so I'm gonna cover it. I'll cover the serial number. This is the back of it with a towel on top of the serial number. And this hole right here is where I plug the wire in. You plug it in right here, and then this is like a little dial. I'm not sure what it's called, but basically you can adjust the volume of it. I use it as like an on-off button because this little dial right here, this little dial is kind of like a volume switch, and then there's a button that activates it. How do I explain? It's like, I think it's made for, don't call it, oh my god, don't call it that. Mr. Yum Yum, what the fuck? Don't call it that. I think this is like when you're live, right? When you're playing live, and maybe some parts of the song are quieter than other parts of the song, but you don't want to be like messing around with this volume dial. Basically, you turn the dial to whatever volume set you want, and if you press this button, it'll be set to that volume. If you unpress the button, it'll just be playing in normal volume. A standby switch? I guess so. I don't exactly know what it's called. But you can set it to like different, it's kind of hard to see, but there's like a little thing, like little indicator. I usually leave it all the way down, and then this is my on and off button. So when I say, oh, like I forgot to turn on my violin, blah blah blah, it just means I forgot to hit this little button right here. The reason why I leave it on or off is because when I plug, as some of you may know, when I plug in the wire, it buzzes, and I don't really want you guys to hear that. So I just do this so it makes it easier. So you guys don't have to hear the buzzing. For guitars, it's called a kill switch. I guess so. I don't know a lot about guitars, so I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about electric instruments in general. I was very confused about what this was for, but it's very helpful to just turn it on and off. Or if you want, you could just like have it halfway, and then at some points you can make it like quieter. Because again, it's really hard to adjust dynamics like on your own with an electric violin, because again, no body to resonate. So if there's like very specific dynamics that you want to emulate, I think this is the way that you would do it. Like you could have it at a quieter setting, and then like once it gets loud, you can just turn it off, and then it'll be at normal volume. Does it have multiple pickups like an electric guitar? I don't think so. I think there's only one. Ugh. There is just this one. This black part on the bridge is the pickup. I think it's just one. I mean, it's on both sides, but I think it's just one. I can't even show you the other side. But yeah, otherwise it's like pretty similar. Obviously the form factor is different because it doesn't need that actual shape other than this part to hold the shoulder rest. But otherwise it's like, it just looks cool. Otherwise it just looks cool, and the sound of it is pretty nice as well. I did not want this just because it looked cool. The sound of it is also pretty nice compared to others of similar price range. Obviously, it'll be hard to get like a very acoustic sound out of it. I chose the one that sounded the most like acoustic. Definitely is not like, it's definitely still noticeable that it's electric, but it was like the closest one in the price range that I could find that sounded pretty similar, like enough that it doesn't make me go insane. So, how would the dark strings sound on the electric? I don't know. I'm not really quite sure, like scientifically, if it would make that much difference. Also, that would not be ideal either, because like, I feel like high tension strings, I feel like you shouldn't really use high tension strings on an electric violin. For some reason, that just sounds wrong. It just doesn't sound ideal for an electric to have high tension strings. Also, it's kind of a waste because those strings are very expensive. Like this one that I like better for my violin is actually cheaper than the darker strings that I had before. These are like $30 or $40 cheaper than the other ones, and these are like $90 for a pack. The darker strings are like $120, $130. It depends. The price is very fluctuating for strings. I'm not sure why. Sometimes it's like $120, sometimes it's $150. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, it would not be worth it to use those on... Is that an ant? Hold on. There's an ant on my violin! Oh my god, where'd it go? Oh my lord. Where'd it go? Get off! Get off! Where did it go? Oh god. I don't know where it went. Did you guys see that? Could you see it on camera? There was an ant running around on it. Okay, I don't know where it went. I hope I don't find it. I hope I don't just randomly find it one day. That's concerning. Okay. But yeah, another difference is This part is actually like more. These parts are more attached onto the electric than acoustics, which makes sense because the reason why they're attached on they're not attached directly on acoustics is because they want to preserve the body, whereas in electric they don't really care. So, so yeah, I don't know how the dark strings would sound on the electric, and I'm kind of scared of changing the strings on the electric. I don't know why. It just feels scarier because it's called an electric and it feels more like technology, and I don't want to mess with technology. I know that doesn't make any sense, but in my head, like mentally, I'm like, I don't want to mess with the technology. Also, I'm sweating. I need the fan. This new PC heats up way more. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Imagine getting a Yamaha sponsorship and they arrive with an Itasha R7. I don't know what that is, but Yamaha, at least the instrument side, if you would like to sponsor me. I don't know if I do very well at selling instruments, but I'm open to it. I see that Pippa's ants found a new home. Dude, these ants have been here, man. I have an ant trap literally right there, and it's done nothing. It has not done anything. So annoying, man. So annoying. Do they need special strings? No. I mean, they work with any strings and any bow. I just use the same bow. I use the same exact bow. Same strings work. It's just like some strings probably... Oh my lord. Wait. Oh no. I think one of the strings is starting to... Oh wait, no. Okay, I was a little scared. It looked like one of the strings was uncoiling, but it's actually just a dent. Which is like not ideal either, but it's better than uncoiling. There's a little dent on one of the strings. But yeah, you can use any strings on the electric. It's just a matter of like what strings are worth putting on the electric, and some strings are better for electric. Cause like a lot of strings are built for certain kinds of instruments, like certain kinds of acoustics and certain sounds. I don't think you would want a dark sounding string on the electric just because it's not supposed to sound like that. How does a string get dented? I have no idea. I've actually never seen that before. Other than like this area, but obviously that's because it's like being held by a wooden thing. Never seen it being dented randomly in the middle before. Who knows? I have no idea. Maybe one day my nails were too long, I don't freaking know. But I was about to say something. Oh yeah, string brands. Sometimes people don't even use the same set of strings. So like I just got a full set because I've never tried these strings before. And the only other strings I tried, I wasn't like super happy about. But a lot of people experiment with the different types of strings, and some people will use like a different brand for each string, depending on what works best with their instrument. I do not have the patience to do that. So I don't have the patience or the need to do that, so I just go with... I think I'm just gonna go with this the next time I have to change them again. Because they work good. I like them. If anything, I might get the E string from the darker sounding set, but it's not a huge deal. I don't really care that much. I think these ones are easier to play, so it's fine. That's really specific. Yeah, I mean, I get it though, because like each string has a very different tone. I think I was showing this to you guys like during one of my acoustic streams, but each string has its own tone, and I can see how like a different string would work better for each one. Like for my violin, it's like because it's so dark, it's like a really drastic difference changing from the lower strings to the higher strings. So it was definitely not ideal at all to have even darker strings, because that made it sound even weirder to jump between the lower strings and the higher strings. What sort of price do good strings go for these days? It really depends. It really depends on what you want. Like what kind of sound you want. Like, again, the strings that I had before are pretty standard, I think. There's a few standard sets of strings. I kind of don't remember what they are all called. But the Eva Perazzi ones, like, not even just gold. They have, like, the regular Eva Perazzi ones. I don't remember what they're called, but those ones are pretty standard. That's a pretty standard brand, and they go around, for violin, around, like, 80 to 130. Depending on which string it is and when you buy it, because it fluctuates throughout the year for some reason. For a pack. For a set of 4, not just one string. For a pack of 4. So it's not one string for that much. If you don't need something that specific, you can get a pack for like $30 to $50. If you don't really care that much, you can get a pack for cheaper. But those would be for more like student violins, because I imagine that once you get better, you're more picky. Ant near the plushie. It's going to the ant trap. It's going to the ant trap. It's crawling to the ant trap, except the ant trap hasn't done anything. It did not get trapped in the ant trap. That's the electric. Do violin bows still use intestines? What? You mean the strings? I think you mean the strings, right? Like gut strings. I think there are some that do. I don't think I've ever used any real gut string. I don't think I've ever used gut strings. I'm pretty sure all of the strings I've ever used were synthetic. Yeah, these ones are synthetic. I've never used a gut string before. I feel like I don't think people really use gut strings anymore. What's this? Yeah, like, these ones say... Wait, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Wait, what? Oh! Forgot. These ones... Yeah, the G string says composite core silver wound. Silver wound. And then the D and the A strings are also composite core. The hydronallium wound. I don't know what hydronallium is. The E string is carbon steel and tin plated. None of them, they're all synthetic. The bows are horsehair though, but you don't have to. You don't have to kill a horse. Ideally, you shouldn't kill a horse to get the hair. But obviously, if you use intestines of an animal, they probably have to be dead. But yeah, this is horsehair. but you know, you can you can cut hair without the animal being harmed. So poor Uma girl was turned into bowstrings. No, it's a horse tail hair. It's the tail of a horse. Just the hair part. This bow is not super good. Like it's decent. It's fine. It's fine for what it is. I don't feel the need to buy a better one. This one was pretty standard, like student bow, I'd say. It was like 300-ish. She hates the bow. It works fine. I don't really have anything against it. It's fine. This one is my Viola bow. It's actually the same length, pretty much, but it's fatter. Lengthwise, it's practically the same. One could say exactly the same, but if you look over here, the frog part is a bit fatter. It's kind of hard to tell, but trust me. Just trust me on it. This bow was a little pricey. This bow was a little pricey. Look at that curve. Oh, it's because it's not tightened. I didn't tighten it. But yeah, the way that bows are priced is also mainly the wood and the maker. But again, professional, but wait a minute, it's actually shorter. The Viola bow is actually shorter. Wait a minute, I don't think I've ever compared them like this before. It's a tiny bit shorter, actually. That's interesting. It's a little bit shorter. Does it matter what? Does it matter that the hair part is touching the wood when playing? The hair should not touch the wood. If the hair is touching the wood, you're gonna hear the sound of the wood scraping against the strings. Scam, I say. No, this is a Viola bow. It's built different, okay? It's just built different. This is a violin bow. This is a Viola bow. But for I think I've already stated this before, but my teacher was like, oh yeah, I got this really good bow from this like French maker. I don't remember, French maker or something, and they're only like 3 generations old. So like their bows are actually really good, but they're actually pretty affordable, and they're really good, and like they compare with like really good bows. And I was like, oh really? It's like, it's affordable. Obviously I forget that this man is a actual professional musician. And he was like, oh yeah, it's pretty affordable. And I was like, how much is it? And he was like, $16,500. And I'm like, okay. It's on. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna, no, I'm not gonna do that. That costs more than my instrument itself. That's actually like 3 times the cost of my instrument. So this bow was not that expensive. It's pretty expensive, but it wasn't that expensive. So, investment affordable versus casual affordable. Yeah. This one was 2000, I think. This one was 2000. But again, I have to preface that this was literally my job at one point. So this was literally my job at one point. So yeah. And it's an investment for life, you know? You get one and you keep it. You keep it forever. And if you do get a new one, you trade it in. Because this is actually a name. The maker's name is engraved. So like, the way you can see if your bow is actually worth anything is if there's a name engraved, if the maker's name is engraved on the bow, that means it's actually worth trading in. So even though it was $2,000, if I did want to upgrade it, I could trade this in for an upgrade. Whereas if you get a cheaper bow, like this one was 300. If you get a cheaper bow, they're not gonna take this. So it was 300, but if you want to get a new one, they do not want this. They don't want this at all. This was more expensive, but it's tradable. Because it's actually worth something. Because the maker's name is on it. Wait, it doesn't come as a set with the violin? No. No. When you get to a certain point, the violin doesn't come with anything. Like, aside from the actual violin itself, you have to have your own case and your own bow and all the other accessories. Because all bows are different. So just like the instrument itself, you have to try the different bows to see which one you prefer, because some of them are like harder, some of them are heavier, some of them are bouncier, and it just depends on what you prefer. It really just depends on what you prefer. So I'm pretty heavy-handed, so my bow is actually pretty heavy. Like, it's not like heavy, but it's like relatively, it's got some weight to it, because I prefer that. Especially for a viola, you kind of need to be more heavy-handed anyways. So yeah, you typically past the very beginner stage, they don't come with anything. Like, even some beginner instruments don't even come with the bow. Like, only if they sell like a set. But the sets, usually when you go to a shop and they sell like a specific beginner set, you have to buy that set. Like, there's a specific model of violin that they make to be in that set. So if you want a different violin, you don't get the set. They have to get your bow separately. You both get better with time. That I actually don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert. I don't claim to be an expert. A lot of the people I know are way better musicians than me. Mostly because they practice a lot more. I never found that I was really that into classical, to be honest. I still have a passion for it, but I'm not like super into it, so I can't really justify getting like a super expensive instrument and anything. Both need maintenance. They do need maintenance, but I assume you're talking about the stick, like the stick itself. If it gets better with time, I don't know. The hair itself, you do have to change because yeah, you can kind of see. Yeah, the reason why the thickness looks kind of similar is because I haven't changed the strings on this bow. If you look closely, you can kind of tell. You can kind of tell that on this side, there's actually less hair. Like, the edge of this side is bigger than the edge on this side. That's because more hairs have fallen out. It's actually like missing hairs on this side, because I haven't re-haired it and the hairs have fallen out. Because the more that you play, the more the hairs like break. The hairs break as you play. I'm not really quite sure why it falls out from this side though. Because theoretically it should... I play more with this side. I don't know. I'm not really sure why it would fall out more on this side. That's kind of weird. I don't know. But I haven't gotten it rehaired and there's still a good amount of bow left, so it's fine. There's a silverfish on your desk. Stop! Stop! Don't! Don't say that because I'm gonna believe you! The hairs are white too. Oh yeah, if you compare this, I think this one is a lot wider because I use... The rosin that I use for this one is first of all the rosin that I use for this bow is a lot higher quality because again I am mainly a violist, so I actually have better gear for it. Other than the instrument itself, I know it's kind of funny, but my violin actually costs more than my viola. But everything other than that, I have better gear for. The rosin that I use for this bow is oh my god, what am I trying to say? Is higher quality than the rosin that I use for this bow. Even though they're the same color, I can show you. Well, I don't know if they're the same color, but they're similar colors. So this one comes like this. The forbidden candy, and you just do this. So it's like a green. It's kind of hard to tell on camera, but it's green. It's like a dark green. But the way that it comes off is kind of like a whiter kind of green. But this one is... I don't really remember why I bought this one. There's like a specific one that I was recommended. That it's like... The rosin itself affects the sound as well. The stickiness of the rosin is pretty important, but some of them lend to different purposes. So some of them are like brighter as well. You can have like a brighter rosin. You can have a fuller rosin. This is the one that I use for my violin. It's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap and it comes like this. It was like $8, maybe like $7 or $8. It's like this. It's also green, but it's like a different green. So yeah. Ugh. That's the one. The jade one is what I use for my violin. But that one doesn't really rub off the green color on the bow as much for some reason. I'm not really quite sure. Violas use light or dark? I mean, it depends. I was recommended like the thing itself was like brownish gold. It's like called something gold. Oh my god, I forgot. Oh, that's gonna haunt me. That's gonna haunt me. I forgot what it's called, and I'm not gonna want to ask. But yeah, this is the one that I use specifically for viola. This cheaper one is like multi-use. You can see it says violin, viola, cello. So, but the one that this one is specifically for viola. It's more expensive, but it works better. It sounds better. This one I would still recommend if you're like a casual player. Like, it does the job pretty well. It's only like $7. I've used this one since I was pretty young, I think, because in the beginning I started with like a really cheap student violin, and it came with like this crusty it's like crusty yellow rosin, and that one like shattered at some point. It was actually a hand-me-down from my brother, But ever since then, I started using that one. So I've been using that one for pretty long. Until I felt the need to get a better one for my viola. These are the strings that I was talking about that have the darker tone. Except these are viola. I still use these on my viola because I feel like it works fine. It works well on the viola. Eva Perazzi Gold. You can see the gold. These are the strings that I used to use. They have a warmer, darker sound, which I do like on the viola, but I found that it didn't work very well on the violin. So, yeah. That looks wicked. Yeah. It's like a black paper and then they have gold foil on it. It has no need to look this fancy. Even the barcode is gold. It has no need to look this fancy, but this is the brand Perastro. This overarching brand Perastro has all the Eva Perazzi stuff, and then Infeld is a decent brand too. Obviously this one's more expensive, but these two are both pretty standard. They're both pretty standard. I actually like this one more for the violin. This one's good for my viola, but it all depends on the instrument itself and your preferences. So I wouldn't take the word of like anyone, any single person. So rosin looks fancy, yeah. I mean, once you get to a certain point and you start needing higher end stuff, they make it pretty fancy looking. Like, look at that. Fancy packaging, yeah. And I think so. They have the outside envelope and then inside is another envelope, just cause just cause why not. And it says, "I'm so happy I can't stop playing." I never noticed that before. But yeah, each of the strings comes in one envelope, which has another envelope inside. And it all comes in this plastic envelope. Lots of envelopes, as you can see. Put it back inside the big envelope. Is there a reason why you don't do viola karaoke stream? Yes, mainly because people don't know what the hell a viola is. Also because it doesn't lend as well to random songs. I find that violin is way more versatile because it's literally made to emulate the sound of a human voice. Whereas viola is very mid-tone. Not as I'm not saying like, damn, the tone is so mid. Like, it's literally mid-tone. Like the frequencies are so mid-ground that it's kind of hard for it to like pierce through if I'm playing with tracks and stuff. What else do I have? I got this little guy. I put this little guy in my case. Ugh. And I got some little accessories inside. This is a practice mute. If you want to practice and you don't want to bother people, you slap this onto the bridge. And then it makes your instrument sound like a mosquito. And snacks. No snacks. Oh. I used to keep pills in here, but I guess I don't anymore. I guess I took it out at some point. I used to keep a little tiny pack of pills. Anxiety pills, just in case. I have this little thing. It's meant to, it's like a little tool that you can use to tighten the screws on your chin rest. And then there's like a little polish thing, except it's so old that it's cracked. What the hell? This looks like drugs. I had this little packet of polish. But it's so old that the like packaging has fallen apart, and I can see the inside of it, and it's crusty. Look at that. I guess I'll just throw this away. Can't use a screwdriver? No, because it doesn't use like a Phillips. It doesn't use like a Phillips screw. It's literally just like a. It's literally just a. Here, let me show you. This is a big boy. I don't know if I want to show it fully. But I can show you the end part. If you can see over here, it's literally, these are the screws, and there's like a little hole inside, and that little hole is what you use to screw it. So you just do. You just put this little part in. I can't do this on camera. I can't see it on the. You put this little hole inside though. You put the stick inside of the hole and then you just turn it. Oh. Woo. Bear takes beta blockers to help with performance anxiety. No, I don't have beta blockers. I have literal anxiety medication. I think there's better ways to engineer that, but okay. I mean, this is how it's been built for how many hundreds of years. So, yeah, I mean, I feel everything is made with the acoustics in mind. It's not supposed to be convenient, you know? I think everything is made with acoustics in mind. And like, you're not supposed to take this off. You are not supposed to take this off. It's only if like it gets loose or something, you can use it to tighten it, or if you want to change this part, that you can unscrew. But this is my viola. As you can see, it's a big boy. It's kind of a big boy. I'm gonna move this. If I put them side by side, kind of. It's kind of a big boy. It's like he's a bit of a fatty. He's a bit of a big boy. He large, yeah, he chonky. He's chonky. He a chunky boy. You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. Yeah, I can very confidently say that my violin is a lot more aesthetic. But it's okay, they both sound good. Look at that. It's probably easier to see if I show them both, like, fully. I don't want them clanking against each other, though. I don't really like the color of the viola. I mean, I don't really like the color either, but I'm not out here for visual aesthetics. I'm not gonna be picky about visuals. Here. Okay, wait. Actually, this is like impossible to do. Don't mind the like dust on it. He doesn't even fit in frame. It's like he's too fat. It's on. I can't even compare them side by side. He's a big boy. He's a really big boy. Like that. It's a big chonker. He's a big girthy. Oh lordy coming. Oh lordy coming. As you can see, one fine tuner as well on the viola. Yeah. I can very much acknowledge that the viola I do not like the color of, but again, that is the least of our priorities when we choose an instrument. You can also see actually the difference in the strings. Reason why you can't use strings interchangeably. This string that I'm pointing at right here is the same note as this string. As you can see, this one is a lot thinner than this string. They're made for the instrument themselves. These have the same notes, and wait. If you hear this, it's the same. They just have one string different. This freaking glove, man. Versus... So 3 of the strings have the same notes. They just have one string that is different. The violin has an E string on the higher end, and the viola has a C string on the lower end. Otherwise, these ones are the same. Take glove off. No, man, I'm handling delicate things. I'm handling delicate things. You can hear how rich it is. Can you? I don't know. I don't know in your guys' perception if you can tell. Versus personally I like the sound of viola a lot more, which is why I decided to play it mainly. Nice timbre, yeah. Is that a 3-foot? No, this is a full-size violin. This is a full-size violin. This is a 16-inch viola. Sounds fuller. Yeah, that's why I like it. That's why I like it. Yerp. The viola sounds very warm, creamy. Yeah. That's exactly how I would kind of describe it. It's like a very rich, like you would imagine like a... What I see in my head is like a melted chocolate. Like not like liquid. Not in like a liquid way, but kind of like a semi-melted chocolate where it's like you can see it churning, but it's like very smooth. That's what I see. That's what I see in my head when I hear. Mellow. Yeah. So I chose a violin that sounded as much like a viola as I could. Obviously still sounds like a violin, but it's actually a lot less shrill than a lot of violins can be. That was a 3/4. No, it's a full size. I don't think they make 3/4 sizes that look like this. Like the child prodigies, the literal child prodigies use full-size violins, even if it looks like way too big for them, because the sound of the full-size violin is not comparable. I don't think people don't make high-end non-full-size violins. Because it's kind of just expected that you're gonna play a full-size at some point. Ugh. How old is a viola? Not very. Like I said, this is one of the ones from that shop that I really like. They're both from the same shop, but I think I don't think they made this one. They acquire some from like Europe sometimes, but they also make their own. Um, this one's from 2012. 2012. It's not very old, but it actually sounds really nice. The wood of it sounds like it could be an old instrument, which is awesome. Also great because it's not as expensive as an old instrument. So, yeah. The the shop that makes this the shop that I got this from makes really good instruments. But unfortunately, I cannot recommend because again, they are very they are very violin shops are very local. So, it's kind of hard to tell you without, you know, you know. I'm sure I think it's like a famous one though. Ugh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You play a 15.5? No, I play a 16 inch. 16 inch is kind of like the minimum you want for a viola. I used to play a 15 and a half, but when I got a new one, I played a 15 and a half viola that was like $600 for the longest time. If you said goodbye to me tonight. I played a very cheap viola, but then once I realized that I really liked it and I want to play it more, I got a better one. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I played like a student viola for a good amount of time. I would say like 3 or 4 years I played like a really cheap instrument. But yeah, I really like this one. I don't like the visual. I don't like the aesthetics of it, but I don't really care. That is the least important part. Let me tie up my fish, put it back in the case. But yeah, basically, if you want to go advanced in viola, you're gonna want a minimum of 16 inches is what I was told because I was looking for a new one and I was like I want a 15 and a half inch, but everywhere I went, like they just don't make good 15 and a half inches because the standard, absolute minimum standard for like professional is 16 inch. So I had to adjust to the 16 inch, which was fine. All right. I hope that was interesting. I think that's all I have to show you. I'm just loosening my bows. Just loosening my bows. Minimum, huh? Yeah. Preferably bigger. The bigger the better. The bigger the better. Unironically, like the bigger the better. Viola is kind of a weird instrument. I don't mean to end that sentence here. I have more to say. I have more to say. Viola is kind of a weird instrument because it doesn't actually have standard sizes. Like, I don't know if you guys caught on that we were talking about a full-size violin versus 3/4 size violin, whereas viola is measured in inches. Wait a minute, I just closed the case. Wait. Ugh. Yeah. So there's no actual like standard size for viola. Unlike violin and cello, and I think double bass, they all have standard sizes. Like they have like 1/16, 1/16 is only for like babies, but 1/16, 1/8, 1/4, 1/2, 3/4, and then full size, which is 4/4. Put this back first. But out of the string family, only Viola does not have standard inches. Not standard inches, standard sizes. There's an ant right there. I literally don't have food on my desk. I don't know what they're here for. I don't have food. So, again, as I was saying, Viola does not have standard size. They are measured in inches, and the measurement is the length of the body, which is before the skinny long part. So just the body of the instrument, the main wood part. Is the part that is measured. Beautiful love, thank you, Confused Bear, thank you. So if you want to be like advanced violist and you want a good instrument, 16 inches is the standard. I don't know who decided that. There's probably some kind of research, but basically, you want as big of an instrument as you can handle. You want as big of an instrument as you can handle for a viola, because viola is technically, from what I have heard / learned, it's like an imperfect violin. The body of a viola is too small for the range that it has. So a violin is kind of like a perfected viola, because they figured out that like a smaller body needs a higher register. But viola is like a good like a mid-range. However, the body of it is just too small, which is why I said it's hard for it to like pierce through things. It's kind of difficult for it to be like a solo instrument, kind of. But people still do it, and that's not stopping us. That's not stopping us. We're still trying our best. It's just like a very strangely like unoptimized built instrument, because of the range that it has that doesn't match the body. So I think they probably choose 16-inch as like a standard, because that's probably kind of the minimum for it to like actually sound like nice, like really good, versus just like eh. So both like higher end instruments, the smallest size you're gonna get is 16 inches. But if you can go bigger than that, that is ideal. If you can go bigger than that, that is ideal, because the bigger you can play, the better the resonance will be. This is a very interesting stream, nerd. Thanks, Arclight. I'm not a nerd. Would you ever try cello? Dude, I wish I played cello, man. I feel like every string instrument, like a lot of orchestra members, like if you ask them what instrument would you play if you didn't play the instrument that you play, most people say cello. I wish I played cello, man. It sounds so nice. It sounds so good. I really wish I played cello. I tried learning cello a few times. It's so hard though. I don't know. It's really difficult. Somehow, like, having some carryover is actually harder than not having any at all, in my opinion. Because it just feels wrong. Then, like, it feels different from what you're used to. Rather than if you just go in, like, completely fresh, you would just feel awkward either way. But then, like, if you start playing a different instrument, it's like, this feels wrong and I don't like it, you know? But it's very difficult because it requires a lot more. It requires a lot more to draw sound out of because it's such a big instrument. The strings are so thick as well. There's a lot of people have like cello fingers that they have like very like, I don't want to say stubby, but like, you know, I can't think of a better word. Like kind of stubby fingers, like very thick calluses, very like, you know. And it just develops like that because the cello strings are so thick. But yeah, I really like the sound of cello. But the thing is, like, cellists are kind of scary in my opinion. Cellists are kind of scary. Like the competitiveness of cello, in my opinion, is actually worse than violin. Like violinists get bad rep because they're all like you know, ego, big heads. I feel like cellists are like the sleeper egos, you know? I feel like they're actually more egotistical, but they're like more low-key about it. But somehow that makes it worse. Obviously, that's not everyone, you know? Not everyone. In fact, most people I know are not like that. It's just like the vibe, you know? It's just the vibe. Most people that I know that play, like professional musicians even, they're pretty chill. They're very chill people. But it's like when you're placed into the competitive environment is that's when you start feeling all the like different stereotypes, I guess, of the musicians. But yeah. Where's the drummer energy within the orchestra? The drummer energy? I feel like the drummer energy is probably like the trombone or tuba players. I feel like the trombone or tuba players are usually like the more unserious ones. Obviously just a stereotype though. People aren't all like that. In fact, most of them are not. Percussionists, no. Orchestra percussionists don't have drummer vibes. I think it's a very different thing. They're just funny little guys. I think brass players tend to be the most unserious ones. I don't know why, but just brass players in general. Like not in a bad way, like in a goofy way. Okay, even the sax dudes. Sax is first of all, sax is not a brass instrument. The body of a saxophone might be made out of brass, but a saxophone is actually a woodwind. Saxophone is not considered a brass instrument. Second of all, saxophone is not included in orchestra. Most orchestral music does not have any saxophone. Remember, she's not a nerd. I'm just saying, man. I'm just telling you. Because like the body of it might be made of brass, but the way that you produce the sound out of it is from a reed. So it's actually a woodwind instrument, but but there is no saxophone unless it's like a modern. Unless it's a modern piece. Some modern pieces include saxophone, but like a traditional orchestra setup does not have saxophone, and it's because saxophone is actually it's actually a more modern instrument. Modern. I don't remember when it was made, but saxophone was invented after a lot of the orchestra instruments. So the orchestra, like the orchestral, what do you call structure? The orchestral structure was actually made before the saxophone existed. Here I can Google it. When was a saxophone made? And that's also why. When was a saxophone made? Yeah, it's actually very recent. It was made in the 1840s, which in terms of like instruments, that's very recent. That's also why the saxophone is actually one of the most like, it's one of the most what do you call it? Oh my god, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Not advanced, no. The opposite. It's the most opposite of advanced, opposite of complicated. It's one of the more simple instruments to play. It's one of the easier instruments, at least between all the different saxophones. Everything is transferable. Like there's soprano saxophone and like alto saxophone and like tenor saxophone. All of them have the same fingerings, and saxophone has the same fingerings as a flute. So if you play flute, you basically know saxophone fingerings. I used to play both saxophone and flute, and it's very transferable. So it's actually like a very, very intuitive instrument. Yeah, that's the word I'm trying to use. I'm not saying it's easy, but in terms of instruments, like in terms as far as instruments go, it's a relatively intuitive instrument. Obviously, if you want to get good at it, that's a completely different thing. But as far as instruments go, it's actually very intuitive, and it was made that way on purpose. Played alto sax a long time ago. The hardest part was cleaning all the spit out. It's cool because like when you get a saxophone, they have like a little like plug. It looks like a little like shelf duster, but it's like a plug, and you just stick it into the saxophone, and you just leave it in there. It's great. It's awesome. Embouchure is different. Yeah, the embouchure is completely different because sax is a reed instrument. But the fingerings are pretty much the same. I remember them all. The fingerings are pretty much the same until you get into the higher registers. But the regular 2 octaves is basically the same. But in terms of like getting good at an instrument, completely different story. Every instrument has its own little things and little kinks you gotta work out. But in terms of like starting an instrument, there are some that are obviously a lot more intuitive than others. Like piano. Obviously, if you play a piano, if you're a beginning piano player, that's probably a lot easier on the ears than a beginning like trumpet player, you know? You know what I mean? She remembers all the fingerings. No wonder she got pulled with the ladies. No. No. I don't really show my fingering skills to random people on the streets. Oh. But yeah, so that's the reason why saxophones are not really used in orchestras. They are used in band though, like a marching band, but I feel like that's because marching band itself is more of a recent thing than like a classical orchestra. Yeah, 1840s. It's actually not that long ago if you think about it. Actual violin ego right there. Just kidding. What does ch mean? I don't have violin ego. I'm not even a true violinist. I play viola, man. What ego? What ego? You know what's really funny? Every time I say I play viola, people always assume I'm really bad. But then I also play violin. For some reason, when you say you play violin, people assume you're really good. But if you say you play viola, people assume you're really bad. But I actually play both, and I feel like I sound fine on both. It's like a... Like I'm probably for a violist, I'm probably pretty good. For a violinist, I'm kind of average. In reality, I'm pretty average on both of them. Uruka, what do you glaze yourself over? You have to have ego with something, right? I mean, even if I do, I don't really make it public, you know. I was raised to be very humble, as humble as I possibly could be, because otherwise it goes against our culture. I don't know. I mean, like, I acknowledge that I am I'm pretty good. I am pretty good at playing, but I also acknowledge that I know a lot of people that are better than me. So, and I'm fine with that because they put in a lot more work because they are way more passionate about classical music than I am. I do also acknowledge though that I have very good ears. That is something that I am proud of. Although it is very cursed sometimes when I hear something and no one else can hear it. I'm like, I swear there's a problem. I swear there's an issue and you have to fix it. I swear it's there. Oh. It hurts to be humble in the West, Uruka somewhere in 2024. It really does though, man. It really does. Oh my god, I was crashing out about it, man. I was crashing out. Because I don't know, like... For some reason... A lot of people just take people's word for things. And I'm like, but I don't really talk about that kind of stuff for myself a lot. But then it kind of just looks like I'm like slacking because I don't talk about it. When in reality, I'm actually doing a lot. I just don't talk about it. But in comparison, it kind of just it looks bad because I'm not like I don't say anything about it. Oh. You're kind of making me want to impulse buy an instrument. You should do it. Okay, maybe not impulse buy, but you should buy an instrument. Maybe I'll actually learn to play it and I'll give up after a week. Can you recommend me something to impress Urufugang? I'll buy it before the month ends. Something to impress Urufugang? I mean, I don't think you should buy and learn an instrument to impress other people. I think you should buy and learn an instrument because you want to learn it. You know, there's nothing more satisfying than learning an instrument that you actually want to play. So true. So if there's something that you want to play, you should do it. If you don't have a clue, I honestly would recommend going on YouTube and just like searching up different like demos of different types of instruments if you're not too familiar. Because there's a lot of instruments that exist in the world, and I know a lot of people are not super familiar with some of the more unknown ones. So you might find that there's actually a really cool instrument that you haven't really heard of before that you really want to play. Like, what if you've never heard of oboe before, but you hear an oboe and you're like, damn, that sounds cool, and then you want to play oboe, you know? I would recommend I would recommend that. You could go to a music store, but the thing is, for a music store, you if you don't know how to play the instrument already, it might be kind of hard to figure out if you want to play it or not. Because if you can't make a sound out of it, yeah. Quick, play a sick tune. Vanilla Joy. I don't have them. They're in the box already. A sick tune. Wait. That's my sick tune. It's my recorder. I don't know how to play. I don't know how to play higher than that. It's too low. I don't really know that many notes. I don't know that many notes on the recorder. I don't know how to, dude, play. I know how to play flute. Flute is unironically easier than recorder. Yamaha. Yamaha recorder. Yay! I uh I got this literally for stream. I did a stream where I tried to learn recorder. This is like way close to debut. Um, do you not own a flute? I have one, but it's at my parents' place because I stopped playing it a long time ago. I have a stream. I did a stream a while ago that I played it. A while ago. You can find it on my channel. It's still up. I don't remember how bad I sounded, but I I used to be pretty equal in all the instruments until I started having to pick and choose because of time commitments and stuff. I had to pick and choose which ones I wanted to go further in and which ones I would kind of just drop because otherwise it was just too much. So in high school, I decided to focus on viola. Um, but at a time, I was pretty equal in all of them. I was a principal flute player in a youth orchestra. You know what else I have? I have I have an ocarina that Mama Bear gave me. Mama Bear gave me an ocarina. A magical ocarina, one could say. Made in Taiwan. And it's like it's the fancy ones too. Can't even write that. This is what it looks like. I don't really remember. I think it came with a book too, I think. Oh yeah. It came with a little booklet. And I can't read it though. Oh, there's English. Have you ever wondered what the world's oldest musical instrument is? Scientists believe it is the ocarina, a small hollow flute shaped like an egg. Some are 4,000 years old. Wow. Okay, so here are the fingerings, and it's very confusing. As someone who plays flute, I do not really remember. So there's the top holes, and then there's bottom holes. Uh, It actually sounds really nice. It's a pretty nice sound. And they just, oh my god. They have like little song booklets. 妹妹背着洋娃娃 I can read that. 走到花园来看花，娃娃哭了叫妈妈，树上的小鸟笑哈哈。Got a really nice smooth timbre. Yeah, it does. What is this? 火车 快飞. The hell was that? Wait. I don't know what this is. Uruka, the kindergarten teacher. That's me. I don't know what any of these songs are. These later ones, like, what is this? I have no idea. I have no clue. Never heard of these ones. 小白花. Yeah, there's just there's a lot of songs in the booklet. I don't know a lot of these, but I guess I'll have to look through that later. But Mama Bear got me this from Taiwan before I went. It was like 2 years ago. 2 years ago. And I was gonna do a stream and then I forgot. It's actually quite hefty too. It's like, it feels like quality. It's quite hefty. Vanilla Enjoyer, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the members. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm trying to use the carryover from like my flute and saxophone, but the vibrato is a little too it's a little too heavy. These instruments kind of morph pitch when you add too much air. Forgot. Anyways, that's that. I actually showed you guys way more than I was going to, but that is the stream. I hope you guys liked it. I hope you found it interesting. If you didn't find it interesting, my bad. My bad. You show off your throat singing? No. That's weird. That's very strange. No, no, no. That's very odd. I was gonna say something and then I completely forgot what I was gonna say. When in doubt, worm. Should probably hit the like button, huh? Yeah, I mean, if you want to. Probably should hit the like button, just, you know, if you want to. And, you know, maybe if you want to, leave a comment down below about your favorite part and all that. And, we got merch. Look at this. Merch. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Oh well. This is collab merch, so it's not on the Phase Connect shop. It is on animebay.co. Yeah. And I have a graphic. Whoa. Don't mind that. It's okay. You can look at it lopsided. That's the merch. And we also have stickers on the website. It's not on the graphic, but it's on the website that we have stickers with it's a sticker pack with the same print, which is really nice. And you should listen to Wish You Luck. Wish you luck with that, cause I whip it up, rip it up until it all falls down. Never low in my zone when I run round, 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 round. Circling around, you can't breathe. You're beneath me, that you'll believe. Wish you luck Wish you luck, I'll leave you wishing, wishing, oh. You should check it out. You should check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it. I seriously forgot I thought it would come to me. I forgot I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? I have no idea. I have no clue. What the heck? Leave down the timestamp for Urumones. There are no Urumones in this stream. If you look at a more recent stream, you might be able to find Urumones. But they were on purpose. Circling around, you can't breathe. You're beneath me, that you'll believe. Wish you luck, I'll leave you wishing, wishing, oh. Lurking around, you hear that sound. It's repeating all up your mind. What are the words? Repeating all up in your mind. Like it. You really should step on back. Before you lose control, you might just end up wishing that you could. Cause you know I never bluff, my focus is true, yeah. Following the moon can't change, I do what I do. Whoa! Did you get your new mouse yet? I did, and I hated it, so I'm returning it. The click of the mouse that I got, like, it was really comfortable until I had to use it. I used it for like 5 minutes and my arm already hurt. Like, I have tendonitis, so I have really sensitive muscles. So the click you had to press it like way harder. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not very hard, but if you're gonna be using something for like a long time, the click needed too much pressure to click on the left and right click, and it hurt because I have tendonitis. The one that I have is really, really easy. Like, I don't know, you're probably not hearing that. It's really like wait, it filters it out. Hold on. Like, it's really easy to click. It's super easy to click. But the one that I bought, I think it's like the clicks are supposed to be silent. I actually hate that though. I actually do not like silent mice. I feel like it's not satisfying. I don't care if you can hear my mouse clicking sound. Also, I think the silent click mice are actually way, like, because of some kind of dampener they have in there, you have to press a lot harder to click down. So I've been trying to look for like something like this. Like, I have this one, right? I want something exactly like this, but wireless and white. But for some reason, I can't. I've been looking. I don't know why. I need a vertical mouse. And I've been looking around. And a lot of them are like silent. And I'm like, why? Why is it silent? I hate silent mice. And like, I want something that's really easy to click. Like, this one's super easy to click. As you can see, like, it's super, super easy to click. Leah has one. Leah has the same one I do. I'm pretty sure Leah has the same exact mouse as I do. Specifically white. Well, I mean, just because, like, if I'm gonna get a new mouse, like, there's nothing wrong with this mouse other than the fact that it's wired. And I bought it because it's wired. I specifically bought a wired one. But now I'm like, it doesn't really matter that much because it's not like I do anything like that sensitive. So like, a wireless one is fine, especially because the wire is kind of annoying. So I kind of just like, I could just get the same exact mouse wireless, but like, if I'm gonna get a new mouse, I might as well get one that matches my desk aesthetic. Otherwise, I'll just keep this one. You know? You know what I mean? Are they like work as intended ergonomically? I mean, mine's really nice. I get far less strain on this mouse than a regular mouse. But there's several factors that contribute to that, right? Like, sorry, I'm like I'm like yapping in my teaching mode. So I'm like, there's like several factors that contribute to that, right? Chill out, Uruka. You're not talking about instruments anymore. There's a lot of factors that contribute to like the ergonomics of the mouse. So like, I bought a vertical mouse that was white and wireless. But the thing is, it was like silent and the clicks were really hard. Like you had to click really hard to go down on it. And I literally used it for 5 minutes and my arm hurt so bad. Like it was so tense. And I was like, huh, I wonder why that could be. You know what? Because this was before stream one day. I don't remember when, but it was like before stream. I was like, you know what? I'll just try it. I'll just try it through the stream. I was using it while making thumbnails. I was like, this is so... I feel so tense in my right arm. And I was like, you know what? I'll just try it. I'll just try it for one stream. But like, just setting up the stream. Just setting up the stream. My arm was so tense. It hurts so bad. I was like, I can't do it. I put it right back in the box. I'm like, I'm returning this. Weight could be the defining factor. That one was actually lighter than the one I have now, though. The one that I got, that I'm returning, that one's actually lighter. It's just the overall like form factor and I think the clickability is like the most important thing. I think I actually prefer the thumb. A lot of vertical mice, the thumb rest is like down here, like down. I use my mouse like this. I prefer my thumb to be higher because I feel strain. A lot of my tendinitis came from strain of the thumb being too low. So I actually prefer using my mouse like this. I don't even put my thumb into the little divot. I use it like this, which is really odd. But it works. It's kind of annoying sometimes, but it works. It works fine. And I did find a couple mouses. I did find a couple ones that did have the rest higher, but those ones are like chunky. Those ones are huge. Like, they look heavy too, and they're really expensive. I forgot what brand it was. It was the name sounds something like ergonomics, something like that. But also, Razer came out with a vertical mouse recently as well. A vertical mouse recently. There was like a Razer something, but it's vertical, and the thumb rest is higher. But it looks kind of heavy, so I'm kind of hesitant because the Razer one looks kind of heavy, the vertical one. I'm a little hesitant. And the fact that they don't have a white one. And I'm like, you're Razer, don't you make a white and pink of everything? Why? Anyways. So, for now, I'm just sticking to this. But, yeah. About Anchor, I looked into the Anchor one and I don't know, I'm hesitant because it's such a particular thing. Like the angle of the mouse, the thumb placement divot thingy, and the clickability of it is really important. And the Anchor one is like, I found like dupes of the Anchor one that also looked pretty fine. Like they looked almost exactly the same and the reviews are fine. So I was like, if I wanted that one, I might as well just get the cheaper one. But I don't think that one would work really well for my case. I don't know. One thing I really, really like about this mouse is that I don't know if you can see it, but the left and right clicks are actually like sticking out. It's like a whole other button. I really like that. I don't like it when the clicks are like flush with the mouse. I think it makes it even easier to click when they're like separate entities. So I have like really specific standards for a mouse, and I only realized that these things are so important to me after trying a different one, and it did not turn out well because my arm was gonna die after 5 minutes. Found out using a super light one helped a lot for tendonitis, even if it wasn't an ergo one, but ergo helps a lot. But most ergo mouse are cheap out and are heavy. This one's really nice. I mean, this one's really light. I mean, yeah, it does feel kind of cheap, but like I've had this for 2 or 3 years and it's been working perfectly fine. You know, I have no complaints other than the fact that I wish the thumb rest was higher, and I wish at the time I bought a wireless one. But other than that, I do actually really like it. I wish there was a white one as well. Yeah. Is there no wireless version of your current mouse? So I tried to find this exact model, but the brand that I bought it from doesn't make this exact one anymore. Or well, they don't make a wireless version, but there's another brand that has the exact same things. Which I assume is from the same factory, and they have a wireless one. But the thing is, they don't have a white wireless one, and I'm kind of irked because I'm like, if I'm gonna get a new mouse anyways, I kind of want one that's white so that it matches with my desk. Like, you see how my desk is kind of thematic, you know? I got a white desk, I got a beige and green theme going on here. So I'm like, if I'm gonna buy a new mouse, I might as well get something that's more thematic. Have you ever thought of complementing colors? I mean, they don't have green or beige either. Like, if they had green or beige, that would be fine, but they only have black. Too bad it might sound. Have you tried a mouse pad to raise your wrist for your tendonitis? I haven't. I feel like that would be worse. Because, like, if you raise only part of your arm, wouldn't it be like that? Like, wouldn't your arm be like this? Because it would be raised over here, right? So it would be like that. Wouldn't that be worse? Your hand oils will stain the white mouse pretty quick. I'll wipe it down. I'll wipe it down. Never gonna look at your mouse anyways. What do you mean? I look at my mouse all the time. It's the overall desk aesthetic. I'm not saying I have to have a white mouse. I'm just saying, like, this one's fine, other than the fact that it's wired. But I'm not that annoyed by it that I have to buy a wired mouse right away. Like, I've been using this for 2-3 years. So, like, if I buy a new mouse, I feel like I might as well just get a white one. You know? Girls choose aesthetics over practicality. If that were true, I wouldn't have this in the first place, man. What do you think? What are you talking about? But when I bought this, I had a black keyboard though. That's also part of the reason. When I bought this, I had no desk aesthetic. My keyboard at the time was black, so I was like, I don't care. My speakers are also black. Speakers, I don't really care that much. But I mean, my PC case is also black. I don't really like white PC cases. But now that I have kind of this theme going on, I'm like, I will just stick with this, or look for something that matches all of my preferences. Otherwise, I'll just stick with this one. Proof Uruka's more girly now. I don't think it's proof that I'm more girly. I think it's just proof that I have more respect for my workspace now. I used to not care. Like, if it works, it works. If it works, it works. But I realized that having a nice workspace is actually very important for mentality. If I'm gonna spend most of my time here, I might as well make it a space that I enjoy being in. White monitors. Okay, monitors I don't actually care that much. Pink monitor from Pixio. I saw those actually. Also, I'm not gonna buy a pink monitor. Do you see any pink here? I'm not gonna buy a pink monitor. Ugh. Go down on it. Ayo, just say press down on it, dork. Oh, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with saying that? I don't care for monitors, like, it's fine. It's just like the surface of the desk that I care more about. She can't see pink on her keyboard. There's only a tiny bit. There's barely any. There's barely any. Most of the keyboard is not pink. I don't want pink. I don't want a pink monitor. I like pink. I just don't want a fully pink aesthetic. I mean, that seems kind of blinding in my opinion. But yeah, and I got these little guys sitting around too, and they're also green, which matches as well. Pick them up. They kind of fell down. Caps lock is on. This is my fidget key. If you ever hear me like randomly clicking my keyboard, it's because I'm just doing this. I fidget with the caps lock key, so sometimes it's just on. Sometimes it's just on just cause I just do this. Accidentally hit my PC against the table leg. Yeah, the leak is dirty because I spilled I spilled ramen broth on it. I spilled ramen broth. It's not the shift key. I think I used to fidget with the shift key, but I think something happens when you press the shift key too many times, right? I seem to remember that's what... Yeah. The sticky keys. Yeah. So, now I just use the caps lock. I know you can just turn it off, but it's easier to just do the caps lock. It's easier to just do caps lock. I used to do shift until it was annoying. But yeah. Your keycaps work pretty well with a cream/white keyboard. No man, I want it with a dark navy blue. I have a vision. I want my keycaps with a navy blue board. I saw someone put my keycaps on a navy blue board and it looks so good. I will not settle for less. Except that will probably be very expensive. It looks so good, man. Black doesn't cut it. A dark blue is necessary. It has to be dark blue, like a navy blue. But I also don't want to spend that much on it because like I already have a keyboard and like why do I need to buy another one? Yeah, if any of you don't know, this is a Gen 1 spacebar. I don't know if some of you might not realize, but this is a Gen 1 spacebar. That's Kuma, that's Gao, NASA's thing, this is Teo. This is Pippa's little plushie. This is Leah Khan's Michiru Ghost Cat. This is Iori Deer. So cute. How old is that keyboard? Like a year. It's not that old. I bought it about a year ago. I used to have... I can show you. I used to have... Oh god, ow. I used to have like a random black... Oh my god. It's like super... Well, now I'm confused. I thought it was in this box. Where else could it be? What? What? I don't know where it is, but I used to use a black keyboard. It was like a Hermes Gamdias or whatever, however you pronounce that. But I used that from pretty much from debut until last August. And then so I already like kind of wanted another keyboard because that one, first of all, that one was nasty, and also I wanted like a nice sounding one. Because that one had brown switches, which I chose. It was low profile brown switches. But then I started getting into like these like thocky sounding keyboards, and I'm like, that sounds nice, I want one. So I was already thinking about it. But what actually was the like pushing factor to me buying the whole keyboard is because I was gifted this keycap, this spacebar keycap by the artist who made it, and it didn't fit on my keyboard. So I bought the keyboard. But it's not just because of the spacebar, okay? I was already thinking about buying a new one because the old one was like 3 years old, more than 3 years old. And it was getting gunky and gross, and I wanted a nicer sounding one. And also a nicer looking one too. And this one just happened to sound really nice and also fit the aesthetic of my desk. So yeah. One spacebar was all it took. Yeah, this was the deciding factor. I wanted to use the spacebar. Improvements all around, yeah. And then I got this little Leak wrist rest too. I used to use like a random Office Depot black wrist rest. You can see them. You can see all the stuff in my old hand cams as well. Anything before August 2024, any hand cam before August 2024, you can see my old keyboard. My old setup. I got this little guy. And I really like him. He's so cute. And he matches the aesthetic as well. And it just makes me really happy. I think it's important to have a nice workspace. Otherwise, I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna go feral. Literally gonna go feral. Okay, but he's dirty. I don't know how to clean him. I can't just like throw him in the wash because he's like made of gel inside. Okay. I know I was gonna end like an hour ago, but I'm actually gonna go now. I'm actually gonna go now. I use the condos to match. It's so cute. It's so cute. Also, look what I got. It's Rocco. Aw, he's so cute. Nanda. もう朝かと一人ごつ焼けたぬりぬりやけに土が水を含んで生乾き He's huge. He's not huge. Look, he's not that big. He's not that large. Taco, he's so cute. I love him. Natsukashii. I love him. Oh my god. I've got to change pants. I'm still wearing jeans because I went grocery shopping. I'm still wearing jeans. I can feel my thigh sweat. That is not that big. You want to know what's big? I hug her to sleep. She's so cute. And she's really squishy too. I love her. Chikawa. And also, I have Usagi. The fat ass. Ugh. Hims. He's got crumbs. He's been eating too much of fat ass. The glutton. The gluttonous beast. So she's the one Uruka takes her stress on. I don't take my stress out on any of them. I don't take my stress on them. They're too... they give me courage, okay? They give me courage. They're my comfort characters. I love them. Take it out on the Urukas. Yeah, I throw the Kuma plush around. Whenever I'm mad at Urufu gang, I chuck the Kuma plush at the wall. Alright. Let us see. What do you take your stress out on? I wouldn't say I'd really take my stress out on anything in particular. Usually I've noticed actually that like I'm not sure what the heck. I don't actually think I'm overstimulated most of the time. I think I'm actually understimulated. This is what I start to realize. I think I'm understimulated because I don't realize that how much pent-up energy I have until I get on the cardio machine. And I like blast through it. I blast through that shit. I don't even realize. I need more stimulation. This is my theory. This is my theory. I think that the reason why I was able to carry through that second part of peak is actually because all the others were being such a nuisance. I think because they were making such a racket, it actually helped me concentrate in a way. I think I'm actually like understimulated most of the time, to be honest. I think I spend too much time sitting at my desk. And I don't realize how much stimulation I need / energy I have until I actually like start like working it off. Cause I've realized that like when I do cardio and like I can feel the blood rush, it's like the adrenaline kind of helps me like not go feral in a way, which is, I'm sure like most people will get that, but yeah, I feel like I'm actually understimulated. Understimulated? You should stream some games. See, that's not the thing though. Like I don't think that's the kind of stimulation. I don't know how to explain it. But I think I need distractions. Like reasonable distractions. Not like things that'll take me off the game. But like other people talking, or like something like something to listen to or something. If I'm just sitting on my own playing a game, even if I'm talking to chat, like I think I have a problem. I think it's just harder. I don't know why. I think it's because I concentrate too much. Once I start concentrating too much on a game, or like also on chat, because I have to look at chat. Like I concentrate too much on chat and then also the game at the same time. And then I start like overthinking it. You know? White noise basically. I mean, kind of. Like before I streamed, I used to, when I played games, I would sometimes just like randomly sing while playing. I did that while I was doing homework too. I would sing while doing homework, like math homework. I would sing while doing math homework. And somehow it just helps me concentrate. Aren't you also a bit of a workaholic? You said most of what you do involves streaming. Yeah, I don't really have hobbies. But that's just because all my hobbies have turned into work in some way. Like, it's not that I don't have hobbies, it's just that my hobbies have turned into work. So now I don't really have anything that I can like completely decompress on. Other than like exercise. Which I, for some reason, always forget about once I stop doing it. So, I'm gonna start again, I swear. Either tonight or tomorrow. I know I said today, but also it's like getting kind of late. I don't know, I kind of need a shower, I gotta eat some food, I don't know. Maybe I'll start tomorrow. Uruka's too busy during our school life, so she didn't get to explore stuff. Yeah. I wish I was like given the opportunity to branch out more, because I feel like I would have benefited from having multiple avenues of like, you know, multiple outlets. But I don't know. I'm trying. I am starting to try to branch out more. You're starting to sound like Father Bear with hobbies being tied to work. In a way, kind of. But like, see, his hobbies are like way nerdier than mine. His hobbies are like directly actual like work. He's a math nerd. More dance lessons. I want to, but again, my guy, my choreographer teacher is not available. And I don't know when they're gonna be available again. So I've been trying to find others, but like I just it's kind of hard to find like people who will teach privately. Unless I like just reach out to random people and be like, "Hey, you willing to teach private lessons?" It's hard to find people who like directly already have them available as a service. Well, okay, it's hard to find people who have them directly available as a service and also be someone that I want to learn from. Cause like I'm not a dancer, but like I can kind of vibe out whether or not I would want to learn from them, you know? If you know what I mean. I'm not a dancer, but I can kind of tell sometimes if it would work with me or not. Or just like if they're good or not. Imagine sawing Freebird guitar solo out that thing. What thing? What thing? This thing? This thing? You want a Freebird solo out of this thing? That's not happening. Learn a thing or two from professional dancers' accounts. I can't. There's a huge difference between learning from someone who knows what they're doing than trying to copy people online. There's a huge difference. I know because I have tried both of them. There's a very big difference. But yeah. I'm still looking. I'm still trying to find people. In fact, I was looking last night. Because it is so anxiety inducing when like they're like, "Oh yeah, concert's coming up in like a few weeks," and I'm like, I don't have anything prepared. And then I'm like, well, I just gotta deal with it, I guess. If my choreographer was available, I could have just asked them, but they're not, and it makes me very anxious. Okay, there's blue nipples on that Hina Uruka plush. I have not tried to take off her clothes. But she has paws. Look. She has paws. Look at that. Cute. Oh my god, you're right. She's got blue heart nipples. What the heck? Oh my god, that's scandalous. I can't believe you've seen my nipples. Oh my god. Okay. 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 I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go for real. I'm really hungry. I'm gonna go. I have to shower too. Okay, I'm gonna shower first. I guess that means no exercise today. I'll exercise tomorrow. Yeah. I know I tweeted that I was gonna do today, but I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna raid. Remy. Exercise, then shower. But I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. All I've eaten today was a muffin and toast. I didn't plan out very well. We'll keep saying tomorrow. No, but like genuinely, like I can't exercise on an empty stomach. If I eat now, I'm gonna have to exercise right after eating. It's just not ideal. Like if I eat now, I can't wait because it's already too late, you know? I'm just making excuses. I'm just making excuses. But I'm tired. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I swear. I will start tomorrow. I will definitely start tomorrow. Especially because my body literally purged everything today. So, alright. Let's raid into Remy. Raid into Remy. I'm really hungry. I'm just gonna go. I'm super hungry. Bye bye.